Ayy, poppin' like I'm supposed to. Watch out for the people that ain't close to. Speak a little something you could toast to. I ain't tryna hear about what you won't do. Moving like I'm into. Hit the ground running like the rent do. Speak a little something that you're into. I ain't tryna hear about what you been through. Like hold up, say what's the hold up. I got the pack, who got the roll up? I'm tryna pull up. It seem like every time I show up, it gotta go up. See the drip, they see the glow up. Oh now they know us. See it's funny how my pockets out of shape, but I fit for the flex. Clear the phone call, hit my chick with a text. Parlay through the bird with my drip from the jets. Save a couple hundred by your with the rest. I prefer my reefer with Henny and Coke. Please don't be stingy, got plenty to smoke. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. Seem like they doing the most for the clout. Did what I said so they know what I'm about. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. Ayy, winning like I ought to. I ain't wanna do it, but I got to. Smoking what my doctor told me not to. Got these wishing they was hot too. Ballin' like I need to. Got my exes wishing for a redo. Smell the marijuana when I speed through. Hit her with a tip, that's a preview. Hold up, wait up, get your weight up. Shit, get your money, not your hater. Boy, draw a play up. I flip my wrist, it a layup. She wanna lay up. I gotta get it, I'ma stay up. I'm all the way up, I got my pay up. I ain't playing with you, I'm a coach now. Commentating through the most now. I be somewhere booted with my toes down. Made little baby tooted with her nose down. I prefer my reefer with Henny and Coke. Please don't be stingy, got plenty to smoke. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. Seem like they doing the most for the clout. Did what I said so they know what I'm about. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like chemo. And give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn they stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. And I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man.
What's up, good Vipo? Happy Monday. And let me know that you can hear me in the chat by typing it's going down or flexibility or change of plans. Any one of them are your choice. And I'm going to explain why in a minute. So I actually was able to get the research and everything, and this was all coming together really nice, our show for today. And I was actually happy. The only thing is I hadn't pulled everything in quick enough. Took a quick nap because my brain was shutting down and I knew I wouldn't be fresh enough for y'all. And yeah, so I end up rushing a little bit still, but I'm getting there. But then while I'm getting ready, I get a text, and thank you to the person. I don't really want to be saying who I talked to and all that, but thank you to the person who texted me to let me know that they're going live again, another press conference for Carlee Russell at, if I'm not mistaken, it was it 4 p.m.? Hold on, I got it right here anyway. 4 p.m. Central, which is in less than an hour. And so it kind of scraps the whole agenda I had, because I'm like, well, hell, if we're going to already be online, you know, as our Vipo community family hanging out, and I've had all these stories, and she was one of these stories with an update. I guess we'll be watching another press conference live. And that was not a part of the original plan. I literally had to just be like, okay, I guess we're watching it now. So what I'm going to do is tweak what I was going to go through. This was already going to be a pretty long live because I'm not coming live tonight. I got things to do this evening. And again, also tomorrow, I got other plans. So I'm only going live once today and on Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're getting 2 lives a day, one in the afternoon and one in the evening, where it all goes down. And then, of course, Foolishness Fridays. Speaking of Foolishness Fridays, let me know with this poll, were you with us on Friday for Foolishness Friday? Because it went down. Oh, I didn't end this poll yet. Hold on. Like the weekend come and get rusty. Like I ain't never did this before. It's crazy. It's crazy how quick you forget the steps. Anyway, thank you to the 96% of you. Look at me about to read what my question was when I didn't need to read this. But thank you to the 96% of you who have hit that like button for this live stream. And for the 3% of you, thank you in advance for when you are going to hit that live button for all of my hard work over here. But I understand some of you are occupied in this moment, and that is the only reason you have not hit that like button, unless you're a flying monkey and you're in the bushes. That only caveat. Thank you to everyone who in the chat who let me know that you can hear me. I'm starting with the first few people. Precious and God Fave and Margin and Sharon and Barbie and Donna and Shirley and Miss Davis and Michelle and Renee and Deborah and Miss Dash and RJ and Alice and Kim and Z Braves and S Swan and Deshaun. I had to do Deshaun because Deshaun is a part of the VIP, the Patreon. So anyway, thank you to everyone I named and everyone else that we just don't have time to name because we got a show to get to for that. And this poll question about were you a part of Friday's foolishness? It went down. So I'm just going to tell you what we were going to talk about because what I'm trying to figure out is I'm going to switch the show around a little bit, but because I do have time for a longer live, I guess I'll put that in the chat. Should I do a longer live and just still get through? Like we're going to do what I can do before the press conference. We'll watch the press conference. We'll do a little commentary on that. Then we just move into what I already had planned. There's a chance we'll be here 3 hours easily. So if you're okay with that, and then, if you can't hang, it's fine. Then you can watch the replay. You come back. Y'all know I chop it into chapters where you can easily scroll to get to the topic you're interested in or where you left off. And then also, I'm going to start putting out the highlight clips. It takes time to edit those things. And I've just been too busy getting on here and researching and getting on here and researching and getting on here and researching. It's just been keeping, and then, I got to have a life too. So 61% of you were with us. Or 60. So that 40% of y'all is jumping around. So, somewhere around 40% of y'all were not here, a little less than half. Definitely check out the video. And those of you who were here, let them know in the chat that it was one of our top 3 times. I'm just noticing all this going on back here. It was one of our top 3, in my opinion. It was definitely one of our top 3 lives for sure. It's one that lives in history right now. Should I still go through all of the topics and go longer? I don't know, y'all. I'm trying to think with this live. I don't know. Right on the fly. I don't know how to word that. Anyway, so these are the topics that I had planned, and you could be answering that poll while I'm going through it. So one is we have to do our missing person segment at the beginning of our show, our daytime show. I think I may move it around a little bit, but at least during one of our lives per day, we're going to do our missing person segment. I have a story out of Chicago of a pizza delivery guy who was robbed and unalived. It's a sad story. And the reason this one stuck out, because these things happen all across the country, it stuck out because the restaurant he drove for was one that I was literally just at 2 weeks ago with my godbrother. So when I saw the name of the restaurant, I was like, what happened there? Anyway, that. And then we have Aijike Owens, the mother of 4, who was unalived by a monster. And I was going to give an update on that and where we are and fill in some pieces. I got a couple interview clips. Then we have Jamie Foxx's miraculous return, and we're happy about it, of course. But for those of you who had not seen it, I was going to play the clip, but then also do a little comparison of what we've already talked about. Remember those clips from what was 2 weeks ago? I don't know. Time fly. But anyway, a little Jamie Foxx update. That was going to be a little shorter of a thing. We do a little chit chat about it. Then the Carlee Russell update. And we're still doing that no matter what. That's gonna, and that was way back. I'm doing it in order that I had the show set up. Now I got to move this up because by the time I get to it, it's the press conference. We'll be watching a press conference. And then the old trusted faithful drag queen, stunt queen, scam pa, sociopathic, narcissistic, fat boy stuck in the bariatric body, Darius Crooks, aka Darius Travoy Williams himself, and what he's currently into. Today, he was due in court. And I don't know if many of you knew that. Well, he has a court case. He said he wasn't showing up, but his attorney, I know his attorney is showing up. So I was going to get into a little bit of that, give y'all a little background, just a little bit, because we're going to do a deep dive. Y'all better be here for that. Y'all think Friday was something. Wait till I do that one. And then actually, I just had like kind of a weekend review just to give y'all a little update on all these various things that have been happening with him. That's why I know it would go 3 hours. Y'all already know when I get to talking about that I can just ramble. So anyway, I'm gonna just check oh Jesus. Y'all love these damn lives, don't you? I was not expecting it to be this high. The question is, ending the poll now. The question is, should I still, I should have clicked on it. It takes a minute to, sometimes it show up right away at the bottom and sometimes it takes its time. And now I forgot my question. But anyways, should I still go through all the topics? We're going to add the press conference in. We're going to make this live longer than it was going to be at first. But should I still go through all of the topics and go longer with the live? 92% say yes, 7%. See y'all later. Do what you need to do. I understand. And if you don't like me that much and you don't want to see me that long, you got many options on YouTube, millions of other creators. But I know that's not the reason. But anyway, all right. So what I'm going to do, because now the time is really flying, and this Carlee story, there's like so much to it. I thought I was going to just do a little about the boyfriend thing that happened over the weekend. And then I was going to show y'all some funny memes, and I thought we was going to move on. And then this morning I get up, and then it's like a whole bunch of new developments. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I'm just going to jump to that story. We'll do our missing persons when we come out of this story, just because a couple of them, well, one in particular is like a little longer. I actually have some background on it. So let me jump around. Do I even have this stuff ready? I don't even know if I got her stuff ready. Let me see. I think I do. Where's she at? Where's she at? Where you at, old Carlee Smollett? Here she is, Carlee Smollett, aka Carlee Russell. So she's back. I mean, she never left in the, I was finna say she's back in the news. She ain't left. She ain't left since the day we heard her name. Putting another poll in here. Are you over this story? Are you over this story? I think there's gonna be 90-something% to it. Now, some of y'all over. Some of y'all like me. If I didn't have to cover it for y'all, I wouldn't be this attentive about it. I just wouldn't. I'm over it. But for y'all, I'm staying invested. So over the weekend, it came out that thank you so much, Andrea Edmonds. I was going to say I'm by myself, but I think I saw Precious as a moderator. Yeah, Marianne and Precious. Y'all can put comments on the screen. I don't know if y'all was worried about my images. I think we're good for now. Just if there's an image, just take it down if you can. I mean, as soon as you can, rather. But yeah, thank you so much, Andrea Edmonds. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. More than you know. And anybody else. Yeah, come on. This ain't easy. And I'm coming 5 days a week now. Come on now. Make it worth my time. Make it worth my while. I got bills. We're trying to do some stuff with this platform. I need a soundboard. Them soundboards are like $400-500. I was going to get one. I got a cheap one. Patreon know about it because we're going to do a test on it and everything. Got that thing here. It was so cheap and cheesy. And I was like, I got to send this thing back. And it was $170. I was like, I need the real thing. Help them. Come on. I'm going to upgrade the show. I ain't playing with y'all. Y'all already know that. Anyway, to the story. So Carlee got terminated from her job officially. Her employer made an official statement, and is on as a result of the incident that emerged with the emerging doubts of her account of her being kidnapped. And Carlee has lost her job at the Wood House Spa in Birmingham, Alabama. The spa owner, Stuart Rome, confirmed her termination, and her co-workers' initial concern has now turned into frustration. And I can imagine I would be just as frustrated. Don't play with my emotions. Don't play in my face. Co-workers' frustration. Carlee's co-workers invested time and effort in searching for her when they believed she was abducted. So not only are they like stressed out about it because their co-worker's missing, and you know all that comes with that during the workday, they filling in for her and everything. Now whatever shift she was on for that coming week, that got scrapped. So now they got to regroup. Now, if she was missing that, you just take the blows and it is what it is. But the fact that she playing playing for some, trying to get some dude is basically what it's looking like, trying to make him miss her so he'll take her back. That's what it's looking like. Anyway, so their emotions shifted from being concerned to angry as the police revealed the new information we heard in the press conference on last week. And of course, the inconsistencies in her story and the spa itself. So it's not just isolated to how they feel about her and all of that. The spa itself is now facing backlash and on social media and received negative reviews due to its association with Carlee. I think people are doing too goddamn much. Why are you harassing the business she worked at? She didn't own it. They didn't set this up. They ain't had nothing to do with this. Just because they employed somebody who bet-ish crazy, y'all gonna harass the man's business? What kind of foolishness? This one, social media be getting out of hand, and this is one of those moments. Why are you harassing the business she works at? Like, people, their lack of thinking skills. It's ridiculous. I think they should go to jail. I think they should be in prison, the people who do this. So the owner explained the challenges they are facing in managing the situation, including battling hate messages and negative comments on their platforms. So this is once again, like, you know, Darius Crooks harasses small business across America. This is once again a situation where I wish I was in a position to promote, to like patronize this place, to, combat that. That makes zero sense to harass the company she worked for because she worked for them. They had nothing to do with her scam. Craziness. Y'all support, what's the name of it again? Woodhouse Spa in Birmingham, Alabama. I know we got people everywhere. Actually, we got some out in Birmingham now that I think about it. Y'all go support them, please. And tell them Vell sent you. Vell B. So as far as the police investigation goes, law enforcement conducted a thorough investigation after Russell's reappearance. However, they have been unable to verify most of her initial statements, which raises serious doubts about the authenticity of her claims. And then the other piece is the mental health considerations with this, because people are still going back and forth. I'm one of those people. I'm starting to be like, screw that at this point. But while the news article does not delve into the reasons behind her actions, so we still don't know that yet. It is essential to remember that although I'm like scrappy with her mental health, it's important to realize that mental health can play a role in an individual's behavior. This, though, because we got some updates that we have never talked about here on this channel. So when I go through the next pieces of updates, next bullets, it's going to be pretty clear that either she was having a prolonged episode or she just was on some doing some stunt queen stuff for a boy. So I can move right on into it. So the updates that I saw this morning, I ain't know nothing about it until this morning, is that there were some recent updates. One is that her parents are claiming that they're receiving death threats, and so they want the police not to be involved. What? And also, because it's social media, because this is a social media story, these are a bunch of keyboard bullies who ain't gonna do nothing. That's what that is. And that's what they do. I'm unalive you. I know where you live. I see your black car. Like, they do all that foolishness, but they ain't finna do that. They all punks. So, but anyway, they saying that's happening, and now they don't want the police involved. It's another reason they don't want the police around. But anyway, all of Carlee's phones have been confiscated by the police via warrant. Now you'll question and say, phones? I thought she only had one phone, and it's the one that got left behind with her wig and her purse with the car on that interstate 459. Hold on, there's more. It tells the story. So Carlee's ex-boyfriend has also, allegedly, I don't know how true this is, but they're also, and I'm seeing it in multiple places, but it's like social media post. But they're saying her ex-boyfriend has filed a restraining order against Carlee and her family. Now, we did report last week that he did unfollow her. Well, no. Well, I guess he probably unfollowed her too. But we know for a fact he removed that post about her being glad she was home and her being kidnapped and all of that stuff. He took that down like that never existed. But the internet never forget, and we got it here. Y'all ever want to see it again, just let me know. I'll post it. The other thing, I don't want to jump ahead of it. No. So the other thing that I didn't write in my notes, but I have seen is that he also over the weekend came out saying that people should stop harassing and dragging Carlee because of her mental health. Now, I'm a little lost. Like, I don't know, because I've seen some people still calling him the boyfriend. Like, the boyfriend came out and said, and it does seem boyfriend-ish to do that, although he took down her post. Y'all let me know in the comments or whatever how y'all feel about that piece of it. But it seems odd if you're like, if it's true that he filed a restraining order and that we know he removed the post of her. It seems like he was distancing himself for him to then come out and defend. Seems a little, flaky. I don't know, but I don't know the inner workings of this. None of us really do. But anyway, so the next thing that they talk about is while she was missing, her ex-boyfriend, the one we were just talking about, received a text stating, and I quote, "I hope you enjoy finding Carlee's body on the side of the road." Now, I saw two different versions of the quote. One was this one, "I hope you enjoy finding Carlee's body on the side of the road." And then I saw another place where they said what the text message said was, "I hope you enjoy finding Carlee's body scattered across the road." So one or the other or some other variation of that is what was text to the boyfriend while she was missing. So you like, because we've been talking about this, so y'all who know, y'all know. So I guess the orange alien tree people texted the boyfriend that. Or, hold on. So they're also saying that Carlee had reserved the hotel room at the Red Roof Inn 4 days prior to her actually going there. And she had reserved it with a prepaid card under the name of Chantel Bronx. Just in case you missed this. 4 days prior to her kidnapping from the orange tree people, is what she said, she had reserved 4 days at the Red Roof Inn Hotel with a prepaid card under the name of Chantel Bronx. Also, because we ain't done, also, while they're at the hotel, I guess with the orange tree people, she said she was in a semi truck. Maybe she said she blacked out for a minute. We gotta keep rolling with her story because there's a lot of people think she's still telling the truth. So maybe the orange tree people did have her in the semi truck, and then they eventually took her to the hotel. So while at the hotel, Carlee ordered food to the hotel room via, DoorDash or Uber Eats or Postmates or whatever. She ordered food to the hotel under the name of Chantel Bronx, the same name that's on the prepaid card. They said that the same IP address that she ordered food from was the same IP address that sent the messages to her ex-boyfriend. So if those of you who may not understand that technical term of IP address and sent to the same and what that means, all of our devices, I ain't finna tell my stuff, all of our devices have IP address. This computer here, that one, this, all of them have, it's like social security numbers for electronics. Anytime you do something through these devices, it can be located to its source through the internet. So they know for a fact that the same phone that texts the boyfriend is the same phone that ordered the to-go food, the DoorDash, or, you know, whatever it was. In addition, and I don't have it. Do I have it? I might have added later here. Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm gonna be ahead of myself. What they're okay, I'm like, don't let me go past that. Don't let me go past our time, y'all. Also, what was I gonna say about this? Hold on. Will I skip the? Yeah, I'll hold on that piece now because of the press conference. So I'm gonna end this poll here. Are you over the Carlee Russell story? 58% of you say yes, 42 say no. So it's a little close to half. So hang in there for you, the 58% of you, because you are my people. but we all of the Veeple community, and we, you know, got to give all our Veeple what they want. Okay. Uh-oh. Putting this poll in there. Are you surprised by this new twist to the story? And I ain't quite done. But as I go, y'all answer. Or y'all might already know y'all answer. So she ordered like restaurant food from someone, which is very odd because we know that she went to, what was it, Casa or something, the name of the Mediterranean restaurant. And I saw somebody say the food was good in our chat when I watched like the bits of the replay one time. But anyway, she went to Casa Mediterranean restaurant. She ordered food. It was left in the car. And then she got to the hotel. Maybe she was bringing the food for whoever was at the hotel with her. And then they didn't want it. They told her while she talking to them or something, I don't want it. And then she was like, well, I'll leave it here in this car and we'll get something else. Maybe that's what happened. But anyway, she ordered whatever food. And then she also ordered Instacart. And when she ordered from Instacart, she had them bring her Slim Jims, Dr. Pepper. You got to love how the police can investigate all this. Slim Jims, Dr. Pepper, and a fingernail kit. For those of y'all who remember the story about the fingernail polish. Remember, she said the orange alien kidnapped people, painted her nails. So maybe they forced her. It was in the semi. They got tired of being there. It was too tight to examine her. So they ended up getting a Red Roof Inn hotel room. Then they forced her to order. It just circled a happenstance because she was like, oh, I had already rented a room there. And they was like, well, we taking you to the room you already rented, that you had already reserved. And she went there, and then they was like, and order us some Instacart. Because maybe, remember I told y'all the day we talked about the alien conspiracy of this, aliens, from what we learned as kids, like E.T. and Alf and all that stuff, they liked snack food. They like kitty kind of food. Slim Jims, Dr. Pepper. So maybe her aliens, that's what they eat. So they forced her to get that. And then maybe they didn't know what a nail kit was. They were scrolling on the app and they like asking her, what is a nail kit? What is this picture of? And she says it's a nail kit. And they like get it too. And that's what she got. And then they experimented with painting her nails. Makes sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I should do a poll. Do that make sense to y'all? So they are saying that she also used the same prepaid card to order the Instacart. So with that Chantel Bronx card, and I think I saw somewhere where they actually had the last four of the card number too. I think it's out on social media if it wasn't fake. So ridiculous. So with that prepaid card, the Chantel Bronx card, she reserved 4 days in advance. She reserved her room at the Red Roof Inn. She then ordered food, although she had food with her originally. Maybe she felt it was too much to carry or something. That's very odd. I don't understand that. I'm really lost. I'm more lost. Like, I get the whole story. I know it's all a falsehood. I'm lost at why you buy food and then just to leave it in your car. Because Mediterranean food ain't cheap. That was a waste of money. But anyway, so reserve the room with the prepaid card 4 days in advance. 4 days in advance, you planning this. Then she orders DoorDash or Uber Eats or Postmates or whatever else. Then she orders Instacart, and they all with the same card. Girl, she is about the slowest thing. It's such a blessing that she ain't gonna be able to be a nurse no more. Because God forbid how many lives would have been lost under her care. Because she ain't sharp at all. At all. Are you surprised by this new twist in the story? 20% say yes, 80% say no. I'm with the 80% of you. I didn't know the details, but I knew there was more coming. I knew there was more coming. And I knew these pieces would be put together. What I'm waiting to hear, and this press conference, I'm sure they're going to say some stuff we don't know. They probably going to implicate somebody else. I got a feeling somebody else was with her at this point. Poll I just put, have you heard about her being fired from her job at the spa? I meant to put that a little earlier. Had you heard about that over the weekend as well before hearing it here? What else I got here on her? So they said that, wait, did I skip this part? Oh, okay, yeah, this is part I didn't want to say too early, but I can say it now. So they're saying that they are pretty sure that an arrest warrant will follow if Carlee doesn't undergo a 72-hour psych evaluation, which she is not down with. So they're saying that reportedly the Russell's lawyer knows an arrest warrant is coming and wants to delay it with a psych eval. However, Carlee seems to be protesting the idea of a 72-hour psych eval hold. Because she's like, I ain't crazy. I'm just, well, I'm crazy, but I ain't crazy. I'm like, I'm not clinically ill. I'm just a sick human being. Really just a spoiled brat striving for attention. How does she think this is going to make this man stay with her? Maybe the rumor about her being pregnant stems out of her maybe telling people she was pregnant, because maybe she's going to fake a pregnancy to try to keep him too. Maybe. 76% of you had heard about her being fired from her job prior to us getting on here. So also it looks like her family is still holding her down thus far. I believe they probably will this whole way through. Thank you, Naturally D, for the press conference reminder. I'm kind of glancing. Also, where should do y'all know what it's going to be on? I know y'all sent me, when we watched it live last week, it was like WB something. If y'all could tell me where I could go on YouTube, and then that way I ain't got to search like I did the last time. Let me know where you know it will be aired, because their Facebook page seemed to be delayed or something. So her family is still holding her down. Some is what social media does. People are taking pictures in front of their house. They're showing his cars lined up. It was also stated in a tweet that I saw. Thank you so much, Naturally WFLA. Let me write that down, because y'all know my memory about that long. My short term is not good. Where's my pens? I have my pens up here. Where are my pens? I ain't got no pen here. Hold on. I'll type it. Like, where'd my pens go? Talk amongst yourself. I don't want to forget that. Well, y'all will tell me again. I'm doing all this, and I got y'all right there to be like, what is it again? WFLA. Okay. So the family's there, and someone tweeted that the family and friends gathered at Carlee's residence yesterday, the day after her 26th birthday. So she just turned 26. Happy birthday. This is quite a gift you've received. Quite a gift you've given America, to be honest. The world, I guess. They said her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend has made the statement asking people to not bully her. he don't understand how social media work. That ain't how it work. No, I got plenty. I got a ton of pens around here. It's just my office is not fully set up. No, please don't send me no more pens. I probably got like 500. They're just, I know actually where they are. Just not handy. And I moved the ones I used to have right here. Think about, he was saying, think about her mental health. She doesn't deserve that. He said, what does she deserve then? I don't know. What does she deserve? What does she deserve? I don't know. Y'all let me know. What does she deserve? Yeah, so that's all we have right now. They were saying, I thought that was in here too. Oh, I skipped reading that. Police cars were also in the area. So I thought I read somewhere that the police may have gotten a chance to talk to her again or something, but maybe not. Maybe not. Ignore that because I'm not sure that's true. Anyway, I'm going to jump to y'all comments. I think I'm going to just read comments until the press conference because I don't want to, if I get into any of the other stories, chances are, yeah, I'll have to cut it short. I'll have to cut them stories short before I finish them. So I'm going to go to the comments and let's see. Throw this poll question up in there too. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't already. And also, because I'm sure we have more viewers. And then also hit that subscribe button if you're new. Got much more to come. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Sharon Slayer. If they're just streaming, I don't want to sit there and watch the commentators. I only want to watch the actual press conference. But I'll pull it up on this screen and have it to the side. I'll do that now. Oh, it's up here waiting anyway.
Not even less really.
Okay, perfect. So I already got it up. It's ready to roll. But I'm the commentator over here. I ain't gonna let them commentate for me. We'll watch the press conference when it pops up, though. Okay, I don't have any starred comments, so I'm gonna have to read live. Thank you again, Andrea Edmonds, for the super chat. Let me see. Just read y'all comments in real time. Okay. Also, thank you, whoever's popping that up. Also says she deserves what she's getting. The dragging of a lifetime. Yeah. And hers is gonna be infamous. Like it ain't going nowhere anytime soon. Let me see if I can. Any questions or comments related to the facts? Let's see. Andrea saying an orange jumpsuit and some slides, right? S1 is saying, so she's at home with the parents. I know the father is really disappointed in her. The mother just lied on her. The mother just lied on her. Is this something new? The mother just lied on her or lied for her? Maybe you meant lied for her. If you're saying the mother lied for her, yes, I agree with that 100%. If you're saying the mother lied for her, I'm like, did I miss something? When did the mother lie on her? But I'm thinking maybe that was a typo. But yeah, the mom seems to be has been gaslit by her daughter and seems to be just rolling with it. Is this a new press conference? Yes, CEO Screech, it is gonna be a new press conference. And what I'm assuming, total speculation, but I'm assuming that in this press conference, they're gonna talk about the charges against her. I truly believe that they're gonna be putting out an arrest warrant for her. Or, yeah, I kind of feel like that's the direction of this. Because if it was just like more things they found out, I don't see them coming to do a press conference for that because the public doesn't need to know that. Like the public just needed to know what we found out last week, which was you are not in danger. And let me assure you why you're not in danger. because she lied here, 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 and here. And then in some other places we ain't got to yet. So I think that press conference was for that. They don't need to do another press conference and say, oh, and guess what else we found out? That's not how they roll. They're going to be coming to say, well, we found out more and we're now pressing charges. So that's what I really feel is going to happen today. Also, is saying, I wonder why the fam isn't pushing for the 72-hour hold. They need to start preparing for a defense. It's not the time for enabling. I mean, the truth is she is a 26-year-old woman, which is why I don't understand this whole act that she put on, because she could have just told them, I'm finna go away for a few days. Like, has she never been on a vacation by herself? Like, that's crazy. So what I'm gathering is basically what you just said as well, is that there's a high level of, I didn't sneeze in Miss AMJ. That was had a little tickle in my throat. But thank you. But so what I see too is the enabling, and I also see like spoiled brat behavior, because of course she's like, I'm not going to no psych ward. I'm not going to be, on watch and in no mental institution for 72 hours. She basically like, this was an act. This was an act. But you're right. Like, she needs to just go. I mean, you went this far with it. That's the next piece. You got to go ahead and go all the way through it, especially if you're trying to get any reduced time, because she's going to get some time now for sure. Ain't looking good for little princess. Ain't looking good for her at all. At all. I don't think I still got no other images of her. No, I don't. What we got here? Marianne is saying there is a tunnel that she could have gone through in the woods, and someone has put a box of Cheez-Its on top of the tunnel. Oh, Jesus. I'm assuming then with that, especially even with that information, there was a tunnel or whatever that she could have went through, that she had to also maybe plan that out. We know she planned out to disappear by even reserving the room, but basically she had to map out her escape route, I'm assuming too. So maybe she knew that tunnel was there as well, and purposefully stopped where she stopped in order to be in vicinity to that. Because what's the chances that a person randomly stops and would know that it's there? Miss B is saying, Vel, do you think the mother may be charged for making false statements after she returned? No, I doubted it. I doubt that completely. Mainly because the mom just repeated what the daughter told her. She wouldn't know she wasn't there. Now, if there's some reason for them to believe that the mom, like there's text messages and stuff showing that the mom was in on it, then that's different. But no, the mom just being gaslit and blindly repeating and believing every word of her daughter to the public is not a crime. It's she's lost, but it's not a crime. MW is could bring that back. I was about to read it. Or not. Barbiton, okay. MW is saying, I think moderators, make sure you're listening on the StreamYard side, because if you're listening on the YouTube side, you're gonna be delayed like some seconds. I meant to tell y'all that. MW is saying, what is the mother supposed to say? Bring the cameras in. My daughter lied. She was upset about her breakup. Mom has to go along. I'm with you. Well, I don't believe that the mom has to go along. Like, let's say if I were in that situation and my child was that lost, I wouldn't be falling in with that BS. But maybe I wouldn't tell the truth. I wouldn't tell the story. I would just be quiet about it or say some general statements. I truly believe that the mom believed what was being told to her at that moment, and things were still being, I mean, you got to keep in mind when the mom was originally told by Carlee for a couple days, it was just Carlee's version of the story out there. And then internet rumors, once the police confirmed it, was like, okay, her stuff ain't adding up. And so by now, maybe the family is starting to realize that it's really, she was lying to y'all. Maybe. Don't know. I'm saying that they have the camera. Okay, I think the press conference started. Let's see, y'all.
I'll go back and get them. So they just told me is going to lead off.
Okay, they are starting. I'm share the screen.
If you would, because there are a few faces in here. Just he's going to pass it off to Chief Thursday. He's going second, and then there will be a question and answer period. So if Captain Zescaliba, like he did the other day, is going to be the one to call on you guys. Okay, so just make sure after he recognizes you. Bear
with me, I'm hitting wrong buttons.
So we know who you are. Okay, appreciate it.
There we go.
A couple of minutes. So we'll go 2 minutes, and I go grab it. All right.
Okay,
we're going to reset here. We'll be back in 60.
Okay, he's saying a few more minutes, but let me remove this. Okay, so we'll put that over there. I'll put that down here. Put that down here, and we'll keep it on the screen, and we'll just talk. But let me enlarge that. There we go. All right. That way we don't miss it. Y'all can put some comments on the screen. Well, let me see. We can still do some comments until they actually get started. Let's see if y'all can hear. Let me see if they plan the volume just so we can make sure the volume is also working. Did my mouse just stop working? Wait, where is it? Oh, here it is. Oh, that was about to scare me because I've been having glitches with my mouse. Let me know if y'all hear that music.
WFLA now will begin momentarily.
Can y'all hear that? Okay, thank you, Andrea. Okay, perfect. All right, so I muted it, but I'll unmute it when the press conference starts. What are y'all hoping to find out? Or what do you think is going to happen? Let me know in the chat. And thank you to the 94% of you who are subscribed to this channel. We have over 400 people in here, so I really appreciate that. We're doing some big things. We got some plans. Okay, let me go back to the comments. Black Girl Meet World says, I'm just glad she's not in Confederate Alabama. She may get a fair trial in Birmingham. Okay, well, that's good news. That's good to know. Margin USA is saying the mom should have let the attorney do the talking, and she should have not said anything. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That would have been the move. Whoever was saying her mom had no choice but to go with it. No, her mom had a choice to do this as well, like pull an attorney and not make any statements. But that's what makes me feel like the mom truly did believe her. And unfortunately, not only did Carlee make a fool of herself and ruin her reputation, but she also made a fool of her family, for one, lying to their face, but also made a fool of them in the eye of the public, which is very sad. A God's Fave says they are all embarrassed and scrambling. Now I'm sure. Yeah, I saw. Well, I guess because I saw a comment like, I forgot where. I think it was at the end of one of our lives or something, where someone was saying, "Oh, and now they, running off to Atlanta, driving to Atlanta. Why are they driving to Atlanta?" But obviously they're at home because people are taking pictures of them at home, and there were pictures of family members coming in and out. It had like a very repass or right after someone dies and all the family flood to the house kind of feel with the people coming in and out. But I purposefully, let me see what he's saying. Oh, he's saying, what is he saying? My mute button too far for me to click quick. I'll keep it over there. Maybe he said 2 minutes or something. But yeah, it's it's obvious that you know, the family is supporting, but I purposefully didn't put any of those pictures up because I'm like, her extended family have nothing to do with, you know, her tricks and stunts. So I don't really want to just be putting their pictures up unnecessarily and all that. Now, if we find out they got something to do with it and they are implicated in a charge, that's a whole nother story. S. Swan says the family didn't have to bring the cameras in. Silence is golden. Yeah, but I get why they did. Again, I feel like maybe they just should have stayed off of the camera and had the attorney, or they just stand in the background. But I get why they did, because they were getting a lot of public, like, if you haven't experienced that, a flood of social media, and I know people say, ignore it. It ain't as easy to ignore as y'all think it might be. Because the only way to fully ignore it is to not be on social media at all. And sometimes that's not, like for me with my work, I cannot not be on the internet. I cannot not read comments because that's part of my job. That's part of my engagement. That's part of how I grow my channel, my brand, my influence. If I ignore every single comment, that means those of you who are kind, those of you who are engaged, those of you who want to give me stories, et cetera, which have helped us do quite a few things around here, I would never see them. But in order to see them things, I end up running into the trolls, the hate, the this, the that. And so, but over time, you know, either this isn't for you, and some people find that out, or you just develop a thick skin over time. But yeah, so that's why so I get why they came and did a press conference. I just feel like the way they did it, the one-on-one kind of interview style, was not a good move for them. Marianne is saying, Marianne is saying there is a, okay, we're getting started. Let me unmute. Let's see what's about to happen, y'all.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Keith Sescaliba with the Hoover Police Department. We're here today to provide an update in the Carlee Russell investigation. Chief Nick Darius will read a prepared statement that will provide an update in this case. After reading the statement, we will have time for a few questions related to the case. Keep in mind, this is still an ongoing investigation, and there are some questions we simply cannot answer at this point. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Darius.
Thank you, Captain.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thanks to everyone for attending again today. I want to thank the members of our department and all of law enforcement who played a role in the investigation of this case. Last Wednesday, July 19th, we held a press conference and provided you with the facts of the Carlee Russell disappearance. We told you the investigation was ongoing. We helped you determine where Carlee was within the 49 hours of her disappearance. Today, I've talked to and received a statement from Mr. Emery Anthony, attorney for Carlee Russell. Mr. Anthony has scheduled a meeting for Carlee to meet with investigators early this afternoon, but then I received an email stating that a statement was being provided by him on her behalf. Mr. Anthony asked that I read the statement in its entirety, which I will do now. My client has given me permission to make the following statement on her behalf. There was no kidnapping on Thursday, July 13th, 2023. My client did not see a baby on the side of the road. My client did not leave the Hoover area, when she was identified as a missing person. My client did not have any help in this incident. This was a single act done by herself. My client was not with anyone or any hotel with anyone from the time she was missing. My client apologizes for her actions to this community, the volunteers who were searching for her, to the Hoover Police Department and other agencies as well, as to her friends and family. We ask for your prayers for Carlee as she addresses her issues and attempts to move forward, understanding that she made a mistake in this matter. Carlee, again, ask for your forgiveness and prayers. We have a meeting scheduled with Mr. Anthony to further discuss this case. We're currently in discussions with the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office in Bessemer about possible criminal charges related to this case, and we will announce those charges when and if they are filed.
With that, we'll take a few questions. As Officer Bell said, when you call on you, please state your name and your affiliation.
Guess that's that.
Man, it's going to be WAGG 16141 FM Summit Media. Chief, do we at this time with the Hoover Police Department know the whereabouts of Carlee Russell during that 49-hour period that she was supposedly missing?
Now, as I said the other day, was talking facts and everything. If I said anything today, it would just be speculation. Actual facts, we do not.
Aaron was under BBC 13. Can you tell us what her motivation was for doing this?
I wish I could tell you. I think only Carlee knows, and maybe her attorney now. But again, the statement that we received from him does not indicate any.
For WRC, can you give us an idea of what charges you may be filing against her?
That would strictly be up to the district attorney's office.
Dataland CBS 42, can you update us so that there's a meeting scheduled for this afternoon with the family, or when is that meeting?
Yeah, no, not a meeting with the attorney, not the family or Carlee. We have a meeting scheduled with the attorney, and that will take place some point tomorrow.
And there's no meeting with Carlee Russell or her family at this point?
Not scheduled, no, sir.
Before you chat, Foxx, what's next to close this investigation?
Well, again, we want to talk to Mr. Anthony tomorrow and see if he has any more to discuss about the case. We'll certainly be asking if we'll get an opportunity to again interview Carlee like we've wanted to since she returned.
Chief Stephen Quinn, ABC 3340.
Yes, sir.
Your reaction now, knowing that Carlee has admitted that this was made up?
Well, I'm glad that we got this. You know, we certainly laid the facts out to you guys and to the national media that had a lot of interest in this particular case. The sad thing is that again, there were so many people that were involved, took this thing very, very seriously, and again, we wanted the focus to be bringing her home. She got home. We're very excited about that. It is what it is. The facts, I think, last Wednesday pretty much showed that we knew that it was a hoax.
Lisa Brandon, WDT 13, do you know the expense you went to during this search? And if you don't have a dollar figure for us, just how big it was for you guys?
Well, it was all hands on deck, and we don't have a dollar figure yet, but we're certainly working towards getting one, and not only ours, but there'll be other agencies that had a lot of support that they gave us and had monetary expenses themselves.
Jonathan, when JLR investigates, are the parents under investigation?
You know, as I said the other day, we were going to try to determine exactly those 49 hours. So right now, you know, anything's on the table. We still don't know what happened to those 49 hours, where she was. Did she have any help? We have no idea. You know, I read the statement from Mr. Anthony. That's all we know.
Keith Mims, WAGG 16 Summit Media. Chief, let me ask you this. What do you think prompted or provoked Carlee to do this kind of thing? And are there any kind of mental issues that the police department or the public should be concerned about, or just what?
You know, not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's, this is a very elaborate deal. I mean, when you talk about calling a 911 and being up on the interstate, again, that would all be conjecture. So really, I don't know. I was hoping that we'd have an opportunity to interview and we'd be able to ask her those questions.
Were any others involved in putting this story together for her?
Mr. Anthony, in his statement, says there was not.
Liliana Calmey, WPRC, Fox 6 News. You said that you had a meeting scheduled and it kind of switched into a statement. Did they give any type of reason that switched?
No, they did not.
Thank you. Aaron Love, WBT 13. Just a clarification, Carlee Russell is not in custody right now.
That is correct. That is correct.
Next question, David.
David, once again, so first of all, when did you actually see this letter? And second of all, do these admissions and the content of the letter alter the investigation at all?
No, not at all. We'll continue to investigate. We're still trying to determine where she was during those 49 hours. But I am glad that we received this. It at least puts some of the social media super sleuths hopefully at rest for a little bit as far as the conjecture of what everybody thinks took place. We know that by her own admission, it didn't happen, and we're thankful for that.
All right, thank you guys very much.
All right, let me pull all this off of here so we can get into it. I see y'all comments. I'm trying to keep up, but it's hard. Did I put? Oh, let me get rid of this because it's gonna bother me over here. Get rid of that. Okay. Not as much of a shock as the first one. The first press conference. It just feels like a sigh of, whew, okay, we got it. We got done. We got that out. Got that out. Now we start the healing process. Hold on, I'm trying to do a couple different things. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm gonna put her picture back. Is this her picture? Yeah, that's her picture. So let me see this poll. Are you happy that Carlee confessed? 89% of you say yes, 11% of you say no. Next poll, I'm gonna say, do you think she should get let me see. Do you think that she should get, say, less punishment because she confessed? Do you think that basically she should get a lesser punishment, whether that's like jail time, or should it now just be probation, pay the fines back, etc.? So on whatever level, do you think because she apologized and confessed completely, well, not really completely because we still don't know what happened in 49 hours. We kind of do. Just haven't been made official by her. But do you think that she should be forgiven in some way? Give y'all another couple seconds of that. Okay, let me figure. I need to play a commercial because it's like, for one, thanks Carlee for like jacking up our world and throwing our schedules off once again. First with your kidnapping thing, and then we like, oh my god, we gotta get her found, and I'm even on the weekend posting stuff, and I was off, and I'm like, oh, is she missing now? And I was about to do content on it. Thank God I wasn't showing up then. I'm showing up now, but I wasn't making sure I'm showing up every day for y'all. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna do that on tomorrow. Thank God, because I would have been wasting my damn time. Wasn't even missing. Sitting up there trying to make some man jealous or miss you. We see why he wasn't missing. We see why he broke up with you. You crazy. Now we see. Oh, Jesus. I was just talking. No, okay, that's too personal. That's too personal. Can't talk about that. I'll talk about it on Patreon. Okay, I'm gonna play a commercial. That way I can get my thoughts together and then because I'm resetting the show. And then I'm gonna read some comments about the press conference. Then we're gonna move into the show as it was, and I'll take out her piece and we'll continue with the rest. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Okay, let me start this over. This is the only one I got up here right now, so we just gonna listen to it again. Y'all tend to like this anyway. Little VellNito.
With my eyes closed, it's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still trying to fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. Ain't give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a Keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route that's seen it. And I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man.
I actually interviewed Darius Cooks on my radio show. Might have been 5 or 6 years ago before he blew up on social media. And Justice was just articulated. He actually went on Periscope Live during the radio show, and did his own show in the studio during the show that he was supposed to be on. But he's a narcissistic individual. And because of that, he's had many of these run-ins. I think there was a scandal a few years ago where he was doing fake credit repair for people and got sued. His restaurant got closed down, those sorts of things. So he maintains these online scams, preying on the hearts and minds of his followers. And even just articulated after our show, because we tend to ridicule people when they act up on our show. He actually went on Periscope Live to talk about me and our producer and some of the other guests after the show. So this has been going on for a long period of time. Now, legally, when somebody talks about you online, that's just talk. But once they get into this place of making threats, either violence, threatening to release personal information, well, that's where you can actually file a criminal report against this individual. And if they do release improper or censored information, personal information that is privileged, that absolutely, you can report that to the Georgia Bureau of Investigations or to the Federal Bureau of Investigations for them to look into it, particularly if you have multiple individuals who are involved in this.
All right, I am back, and okay, I'm gonna do some comments about the press conference. I had to streamline it because it was 20 of them, and I'm like, we still got a whole show left, so I'm not going through 20 comments, but I'll see them in the chat at some point. Okay, Black Girl Meets World says, luckily they live in a progressively highly black successful Alabama around Birmingham, solid black judges. I think I read that. I don't know. Maybe I read it twice or something, like behind the scenes. But yeah, because I know there was someone who mentioned something about her getting a fair trial. So I'm not sure if that's along those same lines. But I would like her to be held to the same standards that anyone else would be held to, and not more. And so that is good news. CEO Screech is saying, Vel, I wonder why the brother girlfriend never said anything. She's the one she called. I know why she didn't say anything, because of social media is dragging everyone that they can get their paws on. Her job, who has nothing to do with her fake story, got dragged, and people are giving it bad reviews and trying to harass them. So I know why I wouldn't have come out, because had she come out, her name would be all over the place, where she worked, where she lived. People come up with some conspiracy that she was in on it. I know exactly why she didn't come out, and she was very smart for not coming out. Yeah, social media is no joke, no joke. Alicia Donaldson says Carlee should have to pay every dime back to law enforcement. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Peacefully Rounded, I actually think she should have to donate money to Crime Stoppers. So that $62,000 that they got to refund everybody, she should have to put it back in there for somebody else's a real missing person. Peacefully Rounded says someone supposedly leaked that she's I guess in a psych ward. Okay, We'll see when it's confirmed. You know how I do. For me, cite your sources. If I don't have a cited source, that's a reliable cited source, then I'm like, okay, that's a rumor. Oh well. I'll be more invested when I can see something that backs it up. But interesting. Thank you for sharing though. Sleepy Libra 17 says the irony about your mouse. I bought 2 new ones only to find out that it was actually USB port on the computer. Oh, okay. That's when I was just talking about my computer was the mouse. It really wasn't the mouse. I got a Bluetooth. This is like a Mac and all. I don't have them kind of issues. The issue is I have 4 monitors here that y'all can't see. It's literally 2 stacked on the side of me, 1 here and the one y'all looking at me on. And for some reason, those 2 keep going out as I did an update, so hopefully it's fixed now. But it would stop my mouse from being able to go to those 2 randomly. So I kind of misspoke. It's not the mouse, it was the actual screen. But it was working. It was just me. But thank you. The lemonade stand. I wanted the state to pick this up and file charges because kids here in Texas, little girls going missing every day. This is not a joke. Absolutely. Actually, when we get to our missing persons, all I got is, I ain't gonna say all I got, mostly teen girls. And I had to stop. I was like, I kept looking and I was like, oh my God, I want to add, because I was only going to do 2 people. And I just couldn't stop. I kept, every time I scroll, and I would see the next one. I was like, but I got to add this one. I got to add this one. So yes, I saw that as well. And so that's why I'm going to do a better job at helping to get the word out for our missing people, period, melanated and others, but especially leaning more on melanated just because we don't get as much exposure. MW is saying they are going to further show she is a fool and that law enforcement does look for missing Black women, that they do their due diligence. I think law enforcement has a narrative too. Yeah, I would agree with that they have a point to prove as well. And you did this before the press conference, through like 3 minutes before or 5 minutes before. So you were pretty much correct. They showed that she's a fool and that law enforcement does look for missing Black. Well, especially in this case, I'm not going to go that broad in the sense of we know it is factual that that in all places the searches aren't as in depth, depending on who the people are, kind of thing. Marianne Coker is saying, I wonder if her parents have gotten any backlash from their jobs. Probably. I don't know what the parents work. I'm assuming that the mom I'm thinking the mom must be a realtor, at least part-time or full-time, because of the fact that the Realtor Association of Birmingham donated $20,000. And it makes me think that one of them works or is a part of that organization, and that's why. And I know that they do flip homes, or the mom does. So if she is a realtor, that's definitely could hurt her business for a fact, because she's been on TV a bunch of times. So now people would recognize her as well. It's not like she can be like, that's just my daughter over there. I don't know nothing about all that. Yeah. Yeah. Darlie Love is saying she probably ruined her mother's career. I mean, it'll probably recover at some point, but she definitely will take a hard hit. She'll have to get creative or get PR to kind of navigate it. I mean, especially if she's a realtor, potentially, if she's a broker, she can hire other realtors to be the face of, her listings and stuff to avoid that piece of it. So there's ways to work around it, but it's definitely going to hurt her. Hey, Missy Parker is saying, well, see, that's the live chat. That's the only thing about clicking over. Oh, it's only a few here, so I can click over to the live and still find my way back. Is it over here yet, though? Here we go. Hey, Missy Parker is saying, Vel, she was in ATL this weekend living it up for her birthday. Now, that's crazy. That is absolutely, she ain't even shameful enough to hide out with all that's going on social media. That's bold. That's real bold. So that must be why people were saying, oh, and the family now heading down to Atlanta. And why do people even know? Like, was that on social? Was she even doing social media posts about it? And that's how people knew. Was she like heading to ATL, birthday bash, turn up 26? Like, Leo season. Was she doing all that? I hope not. Oh, Jesus, I hope not. But Lord Jesus, bless our youth. Save us. They the ones got to take care of us. Well, and if she face charge, I guess she like, well, let me get it in while I can. I might not have much more time of freedom left. Anita Harris is saying, I think we all have that one family member that is not quite right, and it's overlooked. Yeah, I think we all have. Yes, I agree with you. I most people I know, even outside of my family, have somebody that they can point to. I think it was Donna Hammond saying to be careful, be light on the people with mental health. I am not referring, when I refer to someone as, off and all of that, I'm talking about that person. And with what she's done, I will continue to drag her like I dragged Tim Norman, like I dragged Darius Crooks, and they both mentally ill too. What I'm not doing is dragging other people with mental health issues, because I have my own that I've shared at times on this platform, but definitely on Patreon. So never broaden my speak for more than the person I'm talking about. I'm very, very mindful of mental health because I deal with it. Alice, blessed child of God. This definitely wasn't Carlee's first lie. I believe her dad knew that her story was a lie while the mom continues to be in denial. Yeah, definitely wasn't her first lie. Yeah, I truly believe that too. That's why the dad was just stone-faced, stoic. He wasn't really giving nothing. He was when she was missing, but it's like once she got found, he was like, oh, she was on some BS as usual. Here got another one of her little stunts. Girl Drugs is saying, I wonder if her sorority will drop her. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I mean, I guess they could, because I don't know. I never joined. I thought about joining a fraternity when I was in college, and I never did. So I'm wondering if, yeah, I'm like, do y'all sign a contract or something? I don't know how that works when y'all cross. Like, I'm sure y'all got some kind of bylaws, and I know y'all got bylaws and stuff, but I'm wondering, like, do y'all make some kind of vow, and is one of them morality and not bringing shame upon the organization? I don't know. Y'all have to educate me on that piece. I don't know it in depth like that. Okay, so thank God I can move on. Now y'all can stay on this subject if y'all want, but guess what I'm doing? I'm moving on. So I'm over it. Oh, wait, let me close this out first. This poll. This poll here says, do you think that she should get less punishment because she confessed? 26% of you say yes, 74% of you say no. I am with the 74%, and I mainly say that because she ain't confessed when she got home. That would have been the time to confess. When she doing all that, and they saying she unresponsive because she's not responding to them, that would be the time for her, and hiding from the police and only answering 2 or 3 of their questions when they trying to see if there's a manhunt that needs to be handled. That's when she should have been confessing. When the people scared, do I need to worry about there being a kidnapper in my town? That's when she should have been confessing. So the fact that she wait till they done aired it out and said, we figured you out, we got you, and then she's like, yeah, so I lied about everything. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I really mean it. I didn't mean to harm nobody. I was just desperate for that man who didn't want me. Because I thought I was a bad bee. Thank you so much, Power Dynamics for Life. Spoiled Brett Syndrome. She didn't get enough whoopings growing up. Carlee is interrupting my Harry's creative nap time. Right, exactly. Me and you both. I had to break. I had to set an alarm for my nap. I don't like setting alarms when I sleep. I like to just sleep till I can't sleep no more. I'm with you. She interrupted my nap too. I'm like, I gotta get on for the people. Let me make sure I don't oversleep. So I had to set an alarm, and I only got about 40 minutes sleep. Then had like 3-4 bad dreams in a row. I'm like, what the hell? Why I can't? Why? Because of her. All this toxicity. Every dream I had, something was toxic was happening. all because of Carlee. Okay, let me put this in there because I forgot to do this. I'm all over with the like all over the place with the show today because that wasn't even no damn poll question. Look at me. Never mind. Ignore that poll question. There ain't no poll question. That was supposed to be a pinned comment. Anyway, remember to follow me if you are not already on. You can connect with me on my many multiple platforms. There's 7 of them, so it's just easier for me to give you that Linktree link. You click on it, you can click on it from your phone and everywhere else. It takes you right to the app, and you can follow me VIP text community, VIP Facebook group, Patreon, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, both YouTube channels. And we got the merch store. I need to update that stuff. I get around to it. But we got a merch store with t-shirts and hats and shorts and slippers and water bottles and you name it. We got it. Anyway, okay. So now we're going to jump to the beginning of the show. we got to jump to the middle of the show. Now we're going to jump back to the beginning of the show. Thank you, Carlee, again, messing up stuff, interrupting our peace. Okay, so if you remember on last week, it was our first missing person story because we're moving into our second, third, fourth, and fifth. Hold on, let me fix that screen a little bit. We had I did the story on Oscar Washington Davis, who was a 13-year-old who went missing on last week. I think it was last Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. But Oscar, I'm happy to announce that Oscar Washington Davis was found safely after he was missing from his home for more than a day and a half, according to the statement released by the Newberry County Sheriff's Office. Davis, who was 13, went missing from his family's home off of South Carolina Highway 395 in Newberry in the early mornings of Thursday, July the 20th. He was described as having red hair, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, and may have been barefoot when he left home. Authorities provided no information about why Davis left home or how he traveled to Greenville County, more than 50 miles away. Okay, so he was, probably doing some teenage stuff and snuck out the house and did whatever. But we have to take all of these serious. And so I'm glad that I still covered it. Shared it rather. And happy that he's home. Hope he gets the whooping he deserves and the lesson he deserves. But you never know. Hopefully all is well at the home, in the home environment. You just never know with these things. But thank God Oscar is back at home. So then we're going to move to Keontae Marbury, who is, all these so small. Okay, this is better. Who's been missing since July 23rd of 2023 from Stonefork, Virginia. He's now 16. He's male, black, brown hair, brown eyes, 5'7", 145 pounds. Keontae was last seen wearing a blue Nike hoodie, blue joggers, black and yellow shorts, carrying a gray backpack. He requires medication and may be in need of medical attention. Oh, that's sad. So if you see you're in that area or any other area, if you happen to see him, please contact the Stonefork Police Department, and the number is on the screen. And I don't have like in-depth stories on actually any of them except for this last one I'm gonna do. So I just pull what I can. So don't flood me with questions, because I ain't gonna be able to answer them. But if any of these stories, if you know of these stories, sometimes many times y'all know more about this stuff than I do. If you know anything, feel free to send it to me, text it to me, DM me, and then I can go more in depth on any of these if you do know more than I know about it. And so we have, I think this is Junior, I don't know, Savor, missing since July 6th of this year, missing from Baltimore, Maryland, and born on March 23rd of 2005. She's now 18, female, black hair, brown eyes, 5'3", 136 pounds. And these are two photos of her. So both photos are photos of what she would look like now. And if you have any information on it, call 911 or the Baltimore Police Department in Maryland. So, and these were short. That was another reason I added more. We have, come on, man. We have Jayla Veal, and she's been missing since June 29th of 2023 in Killen, Texas. And she was born December 17th of 2009. She's now 13. Brown hair, brown eyes, 5 foot, even, 98 pounds. She was last seen on June 29th, as I stated. And if you know any information or have seen her, contact 911 or the Keelan Police Department in Texas. And then we have one, I think this one's out of the country, but you never know, that baby could be over here. And because it was such a small baby, I was like, he's going up. You know, I'm gonna butcher this name, but Tisheping Malinga, and 2 years old, was last seen Friday in Monologue, Brits. He may be in purple trousers. You know this out of the country. Purple trousers, green jersey, and green shoes. Call Crime Stop, and they have the number there. It's a foreign number. Or I wonder, is this Africa? I'm just assuming. Just based on the name, the phone number. They're saying the name and the Brits. I don't know. And then you can also report during via the MySaps app with information on that child. So many. I mean, we literally could have our whole 3-hour live just full of missing persons and still not even scratch the surface. And then this last one, this one was more of an in-depth story. So that's why I added this in, because there was more information. So this young man is Colin Ray Johnson, born October 13th of 1998. He was last heard from May 2023. His last whereabouts was Long Beach Bellflower. I don't know what that's at. His descriptions: he's 5'11", short brown hair, brown eyes. He's slender. He does have tattoos: a rose on the forearm, Wolf and Johnson tattoo on his chest. Actually, they have all of the pictures. Very, very in depth. He has a dog with him, a black lab named Baby Girl. And then if you have any information, please contact the LBPD. The number's on the screen. Oh, it's real tiny. So it's the number is 562-435-6711. Again, 562-435-6711. And his story, they actually gave some background on his story. Colin is his mother. Well, I just assumed it was a mother. It could be a dad. But the person says, my son Colin Ray Johnson is missing. I last spoke with him on May 30th. He is currently homeless, living on the streets with his black lab mamas. His phone was stolen, and the person who had it said he bought it from a guy named Stewart. And the person who had his phone made me believe he was my son all day, even to the extent of saying he was at my house. My hopes were shattered when I finally revealed it wasn't my son who I was talking to. Myself, family, and friends are worried something bad has occurred, as the fact of the weird event with his phone and that he hasn't tried to contact anyone in 2 months. They go on to say, I have been searching all over Long Beach and Bellflower to look for him with no luck. And tomorrow I will continue to call all hospitals and homeless shelters. He has no form of ID on him and no fingerprints in the system. Please, if anyone sees him, please contact me or the Long Beach PD. There is an open report. I will update when I get it. So those are our missing individuals. And so, of course, say a prayer for all of them. And if you have any information, contact the proper authorities, not VellB. Do not contact me saying you saw the person. Ain't nothing I can do. I know y'all, some of y'all like, why would you tell them that? They ain't got to tell. Yeah, I do. I got to. Trust. Somebody be, Vell, I've been trying to get you. I saw him. Anyway, so then we're moving on to our next story. Another unfortunate story of a pizza delivery driver out of Chicago who was unfortunately unalived during a robbery. And I'm going to play the news clip for y'all as well. Here we go.
Police say on occasion drivers will ask them to accompany on their deliveries just to add a little bit of security. That did not happen in this case, however, and now police are looking for suspects in the driver's murder. Relatives enter Orlando Talavera's apartment this afternoon, still in shock after learning of his murder overnight. Police found the 40-year-old's body inside his gray Toyota Prius in the 7800 block of South Laughlin around 2:30 this morning. They say he'd been shot twice in the torso, the apparent victim of an armed robbery. Talavera's family says he was a hard worker who had been delivering pizza for Baracos in Evergreen Park for the last several years. A manager at the restaurant says they considered him family and they have no public comment.
It is so sad. It's so sad. And like I said, we need all the law enforcement we can get, girl. This is terrible.
Neighbors say there are several abandoned buildings on the block, and it's possible someone lured the delivery driver to the neighborhood with the intention of robbing him. Sources say police found his wallet on the ground. Talavera's family says he was single and had no children. He moved to Chicago from Mexico about 2 decades ago. The pizza he was delivering was still sitting in the car with the doors open and lights flashing when police arrived. Paramedics took him to Christ Hospital where he died.
You have more abandoned buildings in communities than you have buildings that people actually living in. And it's so sad. So if that were to happen, I'm not a bit surprised.
Police are reviewing pod camera video from the area to try to get more information. Area 2 detectives are investigating. At this point, no one is in custody.
Yeah, that story for me was very close to home. Again, like I said, the restaurant that he delivered from is in a Chicago, South Chicago suburb. And for me, what was odd, well, I'll say first, he, pizza delivery guy. He was 40 years old, and he was in what they call the Auburn Gresham neighborhood, which is not like necessarily bad, but it's not like the worst of neighborhoods. But they're saying, essential workers like delivery drivers face these sort of issues every day now while performing their jobs. And I was surprised when I looked where the location was, where he was delivering pizza. I'm like, I would think that would be outside of the delivery area of that restaurant. And then the other piece I noticed, I was like 2:30 in the morning. Then I started questioning the legitimacy of the story, but then Googled the restaurant, and I was not aware that the restaurant is open 24/7. And I usually just go there during, dinner hours or lunch hours. I've never even gone there late at night. So, but again, where the restaurant is actually a nice area, and the area they delivered to just surprised me. So I'm sure they're about to shut that down. So it's very unfortunate. I really hope that the cameras, etc. I'm like, why are you robbing a pizza delivery guy? Like, how much of a come up you gonna have on that? Because most of for one, they probably already, whoever ordered pizza was most likely they ordered the pizza. But pizza delivery drivers, generally people are paying with cards now, and even tipping, you're like tipping through the app. You're not really handing people cash anymore. So it's horrible. Like you're robbing the working class, the least of those. Don't rob nobody. First of all, I ain't trying to say rob somebody else who's got more money, but yeah, it's just a shame, and it's everywhere. It's all across the country. I was like, I wasn't sure if anyone was going to be in the chat talking about Chirac and all the other foolishness that we've had to deal with for years. Because I was like, we've kind of gotten away from that and proved that even with crime statistics, Chicago's number 42 on the list of cities across America as far as the highest crime rate. So not that that's low, but it ain't number one. So there's that. But yeah, the criminals are always trying to take advantage of those who are working hard to provide for themselves and their families. It's crazy. And yeah, so I just wanted to share that story because again, it kind of hit close to home. I'll read a couple comments because I didn't finish I did finish the Carlee comments. I think it was the missing person. That's what it was. Missing person. I didn't jump to any missing person comments. Okay, we only got 2 though. What we got here? Vell covered the Taylor Swift business trial on the other channel. Vell covered the trial started today. Beheading case of her husband. Interesting. Please also send me these requests in DMs because I'll track them better. When I'm doing this, the truth is I'll forget. By the time I get off of here, hours later, I've been and forgot this even happened. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'll see if that's possible because I'll have to see because that's a new story. I have to wrap my mind around and then watch a trial every day for hours and do all of this. There may be a good chance I might not be able to, but I will see. I will see. Kathleen Hurd, thank you for providing missing persons. Please continue doing it. Yes, that's the plan. And like I said, with the whole Carlee situation, I want to turn it, from lemons to lemonade, glass half full versus half empty. I feel like for me, there was a wake up call that I knew, but it was a wake up call in the sense of you have the ability to bring attention to it, just like we're bringing attention to the scamming kidnapped person, So yes, so it will continue for sure. Colin, he missing from Long Beach, California. Okay, thank you. You were clarifying that. The little baby is from South Africa. Thank you so much for clarifying, RJ. I wasn't, when I literally pulled that like within, 15, 20 minutes of us going live. So I didn't have time to like research any of those to figure out particulars. I just had to go by the post and go for it because the main thing was to get the information out. But thank you so much for clarifying that. Okay, so then we're going to jump to our next story. I want to know how many of you have been following the AJ Owens story. I think I did one video story on it. I know I meant to. Now I can't 100% remember if I did, but I know I'm so lost of where I'm on the wrong screen trying to add a poll. But yes, I wanted to cover the story more in depth, but the truth is, even when I finally did cover it, oh, thank you, Precious, for reminding me. Okay, great. So I'm not crazy. Like sometimes I have false memories because it's like I have so many stories in my head, and I got over 300 plus videos on this channel now, so sometimes it's a blur. And then sometimes, a lot of times, y'all be amazed at how many stories I researched and never ever did. Like they never made it to y'all. A lot, probably good 50 plus. We're doing better now though, because I'm showing up and I'm going live. These were times when I was trying to pre-record and all that too. So going live with y'all just makes that all that issue go away. What? Wait a minute. This poll so far it's like 65% of y'all saying that y'all had not heard this story. I thought this was kind of viral. Well, I'm glad that I decided to report on it again. So and mainly because there's things happening with this. So we'll be keeping track of this story as it continues to develop. Now I'm gonna ask this other poll question while I'm so glad that because sometimes I'm like, oh, that's a big story. They've been following that. I'm not gonna, bother adding to the pot because they won't be as interested because they got 15 other places they watching it at. Like, sometimes that's my thought behind all that. So I'm glad I said, just go for it. So this is a story, for those of you who are not familiar, is a story of a tragic loss of a mother through the shooting, unaliving of Aijike Owens, a 35-year-old single mother of 4 children. And this heart-wrenching tragedy is due to her life being cut short in a dispute with a neighbor. In a dispute with her neighbor, which has left her children without their mother and a community in mourning. And I'm going to play a clip. I'm noticing I didn't add that in here. I was about to skip that part. Okay, so let me pull in the clip is already here. Okay, here we go. Just buffering. Should be playing.
It's been nearly a month since an Ocala mother was shot and killed by her neighbor. Now, Marion County State Attorney William Glasson has decided how his office will move forward with their case against Susan Lorenz. The 58-year-old will face 1 count of manslaughter with a firearm and 1 count of assault for the death of Aijike Owens. Investigators say Lorenz shot and killed Owens through a door in early June. One of Owens' 4 children was there when it happened. The mother tried confronting the neighbor for allegedly throwing a skate at her child. Lorenz was arrested on charges of manslaughter with a firearm, culpable negligence, battery, and 2 counts of assault. But Owens' family, attorneys, and Ocala groups have pushed to upgrade the manslaughter charge to murder. In a letter on Monday, the state attorney said there just wasn't enough evidence to file murder. He said in part, "The state must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the existence of a depraved mind toward the victim at the time of the killing. Depraved mind requires evidence of hatred, spite, ill will, or evil intent." He says after the arrest, Owens' son testified that the skate thrown by the neighbor did not hit him, which would have been necessary for a battery charge. He also says another child testified he was not in fear, which is why the 2nd count of assault was left out. Misdemeanor culpable negligence was not filed because the state attorney said in part, there is no evidence to establish that Lorenz knew the child was with Owens when she shot her. Emotions have been running high since Owens' death. The state attorney has been aware of them and says the goal is to seek justice. But he adds in part, "My obligation is to follow the law. I did so in this case, and while some may not agree with the decision, I can assure you it was thoughtful and made without consideration of any factors other than the specific facts of this terrible crime."
So there's another piece too. I saw someone commenting about, did she get off, etc. So we're moving into that now. You get the answer to that from the bond hearing.
On Friday morning, Susan Lorenz walked into an Ocala courtroom in handcuffs 1 week after she shot and killed Aijike Owens, a mother of 4. AJ's family and friends filled the courtroom.
"You shall give us the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God."
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
The judge granted Lorenz bond because she's legally entitled to it. Her charges are not life felonies. She's charged with manslaughter, not murder. So prosecutors asked the judge to set her bond high.
She does not have a job. She does not have any real property. She doesn't have a spouse or children. Based on all of that information, the state's requesting a $200,000 bond.
Lorenz's public defender asked the judge to set her bond at $16,000.
How much money do you think you can afford to postpone?
Like $1,700.
$1,700? Is that a yes?
Yes. Ultimately, the judge set Lorenz's bond at $154,000.
We're pleased, but we're not satisfied. Certainly, we would have loved a bond set that's something that was commensurate with the act. Usually on a first-degree charge, there's usually no bond, especially when the act is made with a gun.
Lorenz is here at the Marion County Jail. The victim's lawyer hopes the state attorney upgrades her charge to murder. In the meantime, AJ's family and friends say their main focus are her kids. They're just 3, 7, 9, and 12 years old.
4 children who lost their mother, who are in need of grief counseling and therapy. The baby doesn't even understand what is happening. And so right now, we are preparing to funeralize and honor her life. We're also grieving the loss of a mother of 4 children.
for little children. In Ocala, Marlene Martinez, West 2 News.
Okay, and I'm seeing Black Girl Meets World. Look at all the compassion. How much can you afford? Them asking her how much she can afford. I found that to be, you caught that too. I found that to be very interesting as well for the type of crime she's being accused of. Also, what wasn't captured in this is that during that, they asked her, you know, like, what are your expenses, et cetera, or assets, or rather. And she said all she had was a car, because she was renting a place she was in. All she had was a car, and the car was worth, I think, or she owed $20,000 on the car. And also the house she's in, little townhouse or whatever that she's in, she was in the middle of being evicted. Like, she was in the eviction process. Her landlord was evicting her on top of all of that. And so I think she's still, I don't know, I could be wrong. Y'all let me know, for those of you who've been covering it closely, is she still, because this newscast is, I think, a month old, if I'm not mistaken. Is she still in jail? Because last I checked, she was still in jail because she wasn't even able to come up with the money after they reduced the bail. So, and so in this next and last clip, this is Aijike's mother, and she appeared on The View to talk about the story. It was getting national attention. That's why I was a little surprised at the number of people who didn't run across it on social media or whatever. But the mom tells you know, the more personal side of the story. So I'll play that, and then a little commentary, questions, and then we're moving on to the next story.
And what can you tell us about what happened that day?
On Friday, June 2nd, the kids were outside playing in an open field, a privately owned open field, as kids do. My 9-year-old grandson forgot his tablet. He went back to retrieve it, and Susan Lawrence was there to harass him. She called him racial slurs, said, "This is not the Underground Railroad, you slaves." She threw a skate at him, broke his tablet. So he did what any normal kid would do, and he went home and told his mother. My daughter Aijike and my 9-year-old grandson went across the street to ask questions. She was met with a bullet through a locked metal door. Wow. With her 9-year-old son standing next to her. My 12-year-old grandson had to make the necessary calls for help. So awful. It's been an emotional roller coaster. So awful. Devastating. I have 4 young grandchildren. The 2 oldest boys, they blame themselves. Oh, why? The 9-year-old feels as if he hadn't left his tablet, his mother would still be here. The 12-year-old, he couldn't do anything to save her. He has already started trauma therapy. Good. That was recommended immediately for him.
Yeah.
The other one too, maybe. Yes. Yeah. So we're researching therapy for them. Also, I have a 3-year-old toddler who has no idea what's going on. So I'm trying to decipher his crying, you know, his irritability. Is it simply he's hungry, tired, sleepy, or is it he's missing his mother?
Yeah. It's hard enough to tell.
Yes.
Right.
And unfortunately, the laws in the state of Florida allow for this shoot first mentality.
That's right.
And that's exactly what Susan did in this situation. Ms. Dias didn't mention it, but in the arrest affidavit, Susan actually told the 9-year-old to go get your mother. She created the situation. She wanted this to happen.
Didn't she check the laws also?
Yeah, in that same arrest affidavit, she admits to researching stand your ground law. She was using words that the detectives thought were interesting. And they asked her, they confronted her, why are you using these words? And these were sort of buzzwords and clues that made them think, well, why are you using these things? And she said, well, I researched stand your ground and I researched self-defense prior to this incident.
So she thought that shooting a woman through a door is self-defense when the woman is just standing there with a child.
Yeah. Exactly.
In her mind, that's self-defense.
And she wanted to use stand your ground to create that shield.
Yeah.
I thought I was back on camera. I caught myself putting the camera back on before I clicked the button. So yeah, this story is very sad, very unfortunate. I'm seeing your comments, so I'm gonna get to those in a second. So what they're saying is the incident was not an isolated event between them, and they said it was basically a culmination of a 2.5 year dispute between Owens and her neighbor Susan. Law enforcement had responded to multiple calls related to the neighborhood feud, indicating that tensions had been escalating over time. I do know that I saw on Twitter, I think it was a clip, but I was like pulling things for a different story. And in that moment, I couldn't pause to like do that. And I was like, I just made a mental note that there are literally clips out there of Aijike talking to the police about another dispute that they were having at some other point. So I'll pull, when I can find that again for y'all, I'll make sure to pull that so we can talk about it later as we cover this story down the line, because there's, of course, going to be a trial at some point. Most likely. I mean, she pled not guilty. So, and then this basically like raises, you know, concerns about the excessive force and questions about the lethal use of force in response to a non-imminent threat. So they're saying Owens reportedly approached Susan's house and demanded to speak with her and was then just shot through the door, resulting in her death. And they're saying there's a role of stand your ground, which they spoke to in the interview on The View, the stand your ground laws that actually played a role in delaying her arrest, Susan's arrest, when she shot Aijike. After she shot her, for those of you who aren't aware, it took them 4 days to actually arrest her. And there was protests and everything from the community and really the public as a whole, because they like, how does she get to shoot and unalive someone through a door? And then y'all like, well, we got to see what happened first before we actually pick her up. What? 4 whole days. And we know that that's not how it looks for everybody. We know that for a fact. Very Trayvon Martin vibes around this whole situation, unfortunately. And hold on, because I want that on the screen. So they're saying that the stand your ground laws grant individuals the right to use unaliving force as self-defense, even if there's an opportunity to retreat. We know that happened with Trayvon Martin. And now I'm forgetting the guy. What was his name? George something. Well, put his name in the chat because I want to say his name so we never forget. The guy who attacked Trayvon Martin unjustly and then got away with Zimmerman. Thank you, Precious. George Zimmerman, who now just gets to live his life. And then he was doing some really hateful things even after the fact, and kind of like he got away with it. So he's like bragging. The incident. So they're saying that the incident may prompt, or I guess is prompting, more conversation about the absurdity of the stand your ground law in Florida. It's basically hunting season. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Hunting season for people of color, for melanated people. And they're able to get away with it because they can say, well, I felt threatened. Through a door, a locked door, a metal door, a steel door, threatened. And you told her children to go get her. You knew she was coming. And she had a child with her. How threatening is she going to be with a child with her? And she did not have a weapon of any sorts. You're afraid of a verbal lashing? There was no physical altercation. You could have talked to her through the door, yelled and cursed or whatever. You still shouldn't feel threatened. And okay, let's go with it. You felt threatened through the steel door that was locked, and she's standing outside with her child because you called her to come to you, or told the children to tell her to come to you. She comes to you, and she has a reason to come to you because you've thrown a skate at her child and broke the child's iPad from what they were saying, or a tablet they kept saying. So tablet. She has a reason to come. She hasn't just popped up on you. And you feel threatened because of that? Okay, call the police. 911. Have them arrest her because she's a threat. She's trying to take your life. She should have been arrested. So the family says that there were racial tensions and harassment prior to this. Surprise, surprise, right? They said the Owens family reported that Susan had harassed them and used racial slurs before the fatal incident. And we heard the grandmother say in the View interview that she had called them, slaves and the N-word. And they said that her prior racial harassment, they said that in the affidavit, it also reveals that Susan admitted to using racial slurs against the neighborhood children in the past. The decision to charge Susan with, I guess I can say, maybe I can say this word, manslaughter and assault rather than the big M, y'all know what that means, the big M, has sparked controversy. Some members of the Owens family and their attorneys expressed disappointment, emphasizing that the importance of holding those responsible accountable for their actions. And they're saying evidence of second degree big M, state's attorney Bill Gladson statement mentions that there was insufficient evidence to prove a specific element required for second degree big M charges against Susan. So according to the arrest affidavit, Susan claimed that she did not intend to hit Owens and was acting out of fear for her life through a locked steel door in her home. After she had asked the lady, told the kids, go get your mama. The claim leads to a major concern about self-defense laws and the complexities of determining whether an action is genuinely taken in self-defense or as an excessive response or racist response, terrorist response. So they said that Orange children were present during the tragic event, witnessing their mother's unaliving. The emotional trauma they experienced is unimaginable, and their well-being should be a priority moving forward. And you heard the grandmother say that they are getting trauma counseling for those children. But the sad part is to hear that the children are blaming themselves, because one is saying, well, had I not forgot left my iPad or my tablet behind, this wouldn't happen. The other is saying, basically, I couldn't save my mom's life. It's horrible. So I'm putting a poll question. I accidentally, once again, messed up and put it in the chat. But the question is, do you think that this incident was premeditated by Susan? Do you think it was premeditated? Do you think she was like, go get your effing mama, and then she went to her bedroom in the nightstand or under the bed, grabbed her pow, might have been in a case, and she unlocked it, pulled it out, and then walked back to the front, sat in the sofa, waited for the bang at the door, stood up, and was like, I got you. And that was it. 56% of you said that you have not been following this story, and 43% of you say yes. So for the 43% of you, please put it in the chat, like if I've missed any details, and I may or may not see the comment now in real time, but I will be rewatching this live because I got to clip all this stuff down. So I'll see your chat messages, the ones that I may miss in real time. Okay, so I'm gonna do a couple comments from this one, and then we're gonna move on to the next story, which will be Jamie Foxx. I I can't believe y'all just got me going. Y'all like, God damn it, Vell, you ain't been on. You take 2-3 weeks off, months at a time. You owe us this. You owe us. You work for us now. You asking for big things. We requiring big things. Get your ass on this camera. That's how I feel. I hear y'all though. That's why I'm here. I'm treating it like a corporate job from here on out. Show my tail up every day. Monday through Friday only though. Unless something big happened on the weekend and I feel like it. Monday through Friday, whether I feel like it or not, I'm gonna get on here. Unless I'm real sick. But I don't really do a lot of sick days. So y'all gonna see how dedicated I am in corporate America because y'all been seeing the lazy version. I was treating my career. This is a career. I was treating the career like a hobby. And it hit me at a certain point. Treat your career like a hobby, which is going to force you to end up back at somebody else's job. so here I am. Shantae is saying Vell covered. I read that. I kept it start. It's not going to help you to keep it start, but hopefully you send that to me in a DM. Kim is saying, like W.E.B. Du Bois said, a system cannot fail those it was never meant to protect. Amen to that, sister. And brother, because he's the one that wrote it. But absolutely. And I think sometimes I didn't know this until I was an adult, that this country was never designed for us. It was designed that we were to build it for them. But we were never included in the laws. We were not included in the Constitution. There had to be amendments to add our rights into it, and they can expire. And they're trying to do that. Like that's what we're dealing with right now. They're trying to roll back all of this stuff. It's crazy. Ooh, Jesus. Karma go get them though, y'all. We good. You said you thought they dropped all charges. We got that clear. We know, in fact, no, they did not. Thank God that they did not. They're also saying that with this happening, as unfortunate as it is, it's also potentially helping with the fight to get the stand your ground laws removed. The problem is we all know about Florida right now and DeSantis. I know he's trying to be president. God forbid that. But we all know that we know ain't no real rights gonna come. Nothing but rolling everything back and trying to take us back into, the 1600s or something. Really the 1800s, I should say. Well, 1600s is when slavery started. Okay, that is deep thoughts. So let me get back with y'all. But anyway, so there's conversation about that. We know that that's going to be really hard to do with the current situation. And then we also know that the NAACP, and I almost included it in the story, but I knew I had so much stuff, it was getting too long. But the NAACP, I did the story that they did a travel advisory for the state of Florida. What was that, maybe 2 months ago, where they warned African Americans, and they actually Latinos did it, and the LGBTQ community / organizations all put out public notices. I think the LGBTQ did it first, if I'm not mistaken, then the Latinos, but warning that Florida is not a safe place for anybody who's an other. If you ain't got the right complexion for the protection, Florida is not the place to be. So they don't even travel there. The sad part is that the economy there, for those who are melanated, et cetera, they will suffer. It's sad. So, and then if y'all all move, that's what he want anyway. They just want it to be some clear haven for them. Some Mayo land. That's what they want. We can't give it to them though, so this is very complicated. We got to be putting on our thinking caps, figure out how to work around this, for the time being, and quit letting these people get in office who rolling us back to, somebody just said, the Jim Crow. Who is that? Key Got Jokes. Yes, they want us back in Jim Crow days, because that's what these laws are. These are Jim Crow laws. I even had a story. I pulled it out. It was going to be in today's lineup. The story of how, and I'm not going to go deep because I am still going to talk about it in depth, but the story of how they have passed laws for the board Board of Education, I guess, there, where they now will be educating that slavery was actually not a bad thing because it actually taught the slaves useful skills. Because they feel telling the other narrative, well, the true narrative, I should say, of what it really was, will somehow, I forgot their wording that they have in there. Like, you know, they use these buzzwords and stuff. So like it's just mind blowing. Slavery was in fact a good thing for African Americans because it taught them useful skills. That's what they're going to be teaching in the Florida schools. God forbid. God help them children. The truth is, the good thing is that the internet exists. And so as much as these fools think that they can just blindly just put out stuff and that these kids can't work their way to the internet and Google, and the fact that we got AI and all that stuff now, I believe unless they get to the AI, unless they get to the chat GPTs, God forbid, they'll work their way to it if they can. But it's not easy for people to hide information anymore. The only thing is you have to be interested in looking for it. That's the only thing. So, right. Who is that? Lotus, I gotta find your I gotta get your comment up here. Hold on. Oh my God. Where did it go? Thank you. Whoever put that up. Thank you. Lotus. Who wants to have fun? Who wants to have fun in the sun at slavery camp? That's what it's giving. That's what it's giving. Like it was a theme park. 200 years of us just having fun at a theme park. Our ancestors had a ball. You know, we're lazy. You know they were lazy because they was always partying at slavery camp. You know, the white folks was working hard and the black folks was out playing in the cotton. That's what's going to be in them damn Florida textbooks. This is ridiculous. They gaslighting. Black Girl Meets World says, isn't the bell 10%? So 2K. Yes. Black Girl Meets World. Yes. Right. You're right on the mark. Yes. And I think, again, I don't know if somebody mentioned it or not, if she's still in jail, but I know the last time I looked into this case in that direction, she was still in jail, but I don't know about today. I did not research today that deeply. The judge showed her true colors because if she was a person of color, the judge would not care. This is Florida. Yeah. And that's your home. Be careful out there. Marianne Coker, that's BS. It just goes to show you the injustice in the world because they sure would have not have asked someone who is not white how much they can afford. Yeah, I ain't seen that. I ain't seen that. Florida, as a state, seems to attract the worst psycho racists. Every other news story in Florida, I think, is on purpose. I think they're trying to create a nirvana for themselves. I truly think that they are trying to take that corner of America and make it a haven for themselves. I truly do. I truly, truly, truly do. I mean, the writing's on the wall. And also they are the blueprint for other states trying to do it. Like the craziness tends to usually, it's always South. Typically it's South, first of all, but then they tend to be like, is it them in Texas? Like almost neck and neck sometimes, but Florida's just way, they, like you said, they woohoo, woohoo. It's like, really? You're going to rewrite history and make slavery fun? Like you're going to turn it into, no, it was an apprenticeship. That's why it was unpaid. It was an internship. We were teaching them, they were in their resource-rich land of Africa with more resources than almost any place in the world. And, they didn't know how to work with that stuff. And so, they were barbaric. Yeah. And so we brought them over here to for an internship. I mean, we gave them free travel. We gave them free room and board. And we brought them over to America. And we graciously, because we're so kind, we're so, we're God's chosen people. And so we gave them all of that for 200 years. I mean, we were so good to them that for 200 years we took care of them and their other generations. And look at how ungrateful they are today. They now want to benefit from the U.S. government when we took care of them in internships for over 200 years for free. We even took the burden off of them when they had families. And because we know how difficult it is when you have children, you got a husband and a wife, and the husband just overwhelmed with the babies. And so we took him and we would, allow him the flexibility to create another life on another, in another internship at another home. And then we would make it where he didn't have to communicate with the family because it's stressful. We all know it can be stressful dealing with families. So, and we did that with, millions of families, and it is a mistake we made where, when we transferred them, in the luxury cruise line from Africa to America, some of our paperwork got lost. So we weren't able to give them the paperwork on, their heritage and all that. But the truth is their heritage is not as fun as ours. So, they didn't really miss it, like knowing what tribe they came from. I don't think they even knew when they were there, like whose family was who and what tribes and traditions. Like they were just still trying to figure things out. So we helped them. Okay, I'm going to. But I feel like this is where it's going. I mean, I think they really literally think this. It's ridiculous. Alice says, I'm no longer shocked by what happens in Florida. They're down there teaching the kids slavery benefit. But I just did a whole little narrative on that. Exactly. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we got two more. Then we're going to move on to Jenna Foxx. He got jokes. Wait, metal door. She means a screen door, right? No, it was a metal door. Actually, I don't have the picture handy. They put it on the screen briefly in the View interview. They put it on the screen briefly, but no, it was a steel door. Yep, steel door. And you saw the bullet hole through the steel door. Margin USS says probably the Republican governor will want to pay for the bond. Yeah, what I'm surprised of is that those people didn't raise GoFundMe's and stuff, especially because it's such a low amount. So I don't know. Maybe their fund is exhausted from all the other people they're trying to bail out for these sort of things. Travis Rutherford, football player, was about to be charged when clearly he was using stand your ground. Okay, I'm not familiar with that at all. Yeah, but again, it's usually one way. It's usually one direction, and I'm pretty sure this situation might be trying to protect himself from a straight up robbery or something, like a real attack, like the person was actually in their face. All right, so let's move on to let me close out this poll first before we move on. Do you think this incident was premeditated by Susan? 94% of you say yes, 6% of you say no. I guess I will entertain the 6% and say, could you let me know in the chat? Why are you saying no? I'm just curious. I'm always curious in the outliers. And then also, the other piece of that is,
y'all are so weird.
I hate what does that mean?
They're so weird. I hate them, bro. I swear to God, bro. I hate them, bro. Them is weird.
Okay, so now we are moving on to Jamie Foxx. We know that Jamie Foxx took to his social media, his Instagram on, I think it was basically Saturday at midnight, if I'm not mistaken. Something like 11, I guess at midnight. I don't know. Shoot. It was really late because it was after we got done with Foolishness Friday. I was stuffing my face with a midnight snack. And right as I was getting ready to turn in, grab my phone, and I think it popped up as a notification. And I was like, Jamie Foxx, and I clicked. And then I was like, okay, I'm thinking like, no, it was somebody else's post. They had screenshot it. And I was like, thinking it was related to the other videos we had saw before. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this new. And then I was like, let me run to his page. So anyway, I ended up going live right after our live, like after we were on live for 3 hours. I went live again. and to share the breaking news with y'all. Those of y'all who was up. I didn't send out when just so everyone knows who's here at least. When there's something happening after hours, I don't send notifications in the text group. I will not text you guys in like odd hours of the night. Generally 10 p.m. is my cutoff. 9 something is my cutoff time. Well, I should say it's technically 10 p.m. in Eastern because of the fact that the difference of the time zone, but it's 9 p.m. Central. I won't send any messages later than that. So this was, again, like at midnight. So I did not send out the message. But we did the video. And I'm going to play it for you for those of you who have not seen it. Let me see. Have you seen the video from this weekend? 81% of you have seen it. 18% have not. So for the 18%, here you go. Oh, I didn't mean to fast forward it, though.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody that's prayed, man, and sent me messages. I cannot even begin to tell you how far it took me and how it brought me back. I went through something that I thought I would never, ever go through. And I know a lot of people were waiting, or wanting to hear updates, but to be honest with you, I just didn't want you to see me like that, man. I want you to see me laughing, having a good time, partying, cracking a joke, doing a movie, television show. I didn't want you to see me with tubes running out of me and trying to figure out if I was gonna make it through. And to be honest with you, my sister Deidre Dixon, my daughter Corinne Marie saved my life. So to them, to God, to a lot of great medical people, I'm able to leave you this video. I cannot tell you how great it feels to have your family kick in such a way. And y'all know they kept it airtight. They didn't let nothing out. They protected me. And that's what I hope that everyone could have in moments like these. Now, by being quiet, sometimes things, get out of hand. People saying what I got. Some people said I was blind, but as you can see, the eyes are working. The eyes are working just fine. They said I was paralyzed. I'm not paralyzed. But I did go through, I went to hell and back. And my road to recovery had some potholes as well. But I'm coming back, and I'm able to work. So I want to thank the people that let me work. And I just want to say that I love everybody, and I love all of the love that I got. And man, I know they talk about people crying on videos. You can do take two, but I'm not gonna do a take two. It is what it is. And if you see me out from now on and every once in a while I just burst into tears, is because it's been tough, man. I was sick, man, but now I got my legs under me, so you're gonna see me out. But like I said, I just want you to remember me for the jokes that I crack, the movies that I make. Some of them good, some of them ain't. I think I got a good one out. And the songs that I sing, man. And then, some people were talking about I'm clone. Well, check this out. Just kidding you. Not clone, man, but I'm here on earth because of some great people. I'm here on earth because of God, man. So I love all y'all. I just wanted to jump on here and let you know that I'm on my way back in love.
So that was Jamie Foxx's message in the wee hours of, I think it was Saturday morning. And it was Saturday morning. And I'm putting I got it. When I was putting this story together, for one, because we've already revisited, I didn't have a lot of, stuff to read about it. So as I was going through, I had different thoughts. So I just started creating all these polls. I got I think it's 5 or 6 polls just for this one. Yeah, 6 polls just for this story alone. I usually don't do that many. But if we remember, Jamie Foxx, there were sightings of him a couple weeks ago, and it was all throughout Chicagoland. I don't need to pause that anyway. It was all throughout Chicagoland, and one of the first videos that came out was of allegedly Jamie Foxx picking up a lady was on one of those rickshaw kind of things, and he was in his SUV in the back, and he saw that she dropped her purse. He had his driver pull over. He grabbed her purse, walked it over to them, and that's what we see in the beginning, him getting like towards the end of it, him getting back in his vehicle. That was one sighting. That was the first one. And people were getting very excited and, oh my God, he is back. And, oh, he's so healthy and all of that good stuff. And the question was, how the heck he just pop up out in the street doing this? And he never said nothing like on his social media platforms. And so then it went from that to what's about to play next. I don't know how long that's going to play. But what's about to play next is the second sighting, because it was all of a sudden, it was like a firestorm of sightings of Jamie Foxx. And here's the next one. So all of a sudden, TMZ is saying, well, he's on a yacht in Chicago. And this one I could play because I don't think it's no music. Hold on. So he's on that boat. Birthday! And that's a slow motion of it. And he's waving to the crowd and sitting there. And they're like, oh my God, Jamie's back. He's healthy. Look at him. And again, it's like, this is very odd. He's just popping up random places. Just popping up random places and not doing any kind of statement of, I'm good. Thank y'all for the thoughts and prayers. I'm healthy now. There was another. I'll leave the sound off. There wasn't nothing happening with sound here. But was also supposedly spotted at Top Golf in, was it Naperville, Illinois? A suburb of Chicago. And it was again like, oh my God, Jamie's just all over the place. But again, yet no social media post to say, hey, y'all, this is what's happening. I'm good. And for me, that was very telling because I was like, first, before he started getting seen on the street, the thing that would happen would be a social media post, like most likely, especially nowadays. And fast forward weeks later, after all that, a couple weeks, he's doing just what people were speculating would have made more sense in the beginning. Hold on, I'm putting another poll. So for me, it just really confirmed my thoughts on a couple levels. For one, when I look at these videos, and I ain't gonna play them again just for the sake of time, but when I look at these videos, for me, that version that we see of Jamie Foxx, and I ain't getting on with y'all talking about some, so stay with me. Don't think because I'm saying version, also I'm about to get on some clone conspiracy like the rest of y'all here. But to me, like I stated when we talked about it before, I feel like those videos were old, that they were from before he got ill. And for me, what backed it up was the fact, and I will put this up, I'll put it on mute.
First of all, I want to say thank you.
For me, what backed up the fact that that those were old is because this is Jamie today. This is what he looks like now after being in the hospital for months, since the end of April. This is almost what they were showing in those videos. Jamie is frail now. His face is very slim now. He's pale because he's been indoors a lot. He hasn't really been getting sun, et cetera, et cetera. The Jamie Foxx we saw in those videos look like that. Them make the same Jamie Foxxes. Not saying he cloned, but one hasn't had sun and has been ill and has lost a lot of weight. And the other is the one we used to seeing. So for me, that was confirmation. And on top of that, again, the very odd thing of him, you know, just randomly popping up places versus getting on camera and saying, hey, I thank y'all. This was very emotional. I literally think I said all this in that last video. This has been very emotional. I thank y'all for y'all thoughts and prayers. It's been a hard journey, but I made it, blah, blah, blah. Literally what he's doing now is what I was saying. This ain't making sense. He should have been doing what he just did. I'm going to look at y'all poll results. Then we're going to wrap this up with some comments, and we're going to move to our next story. Hold on. Let me see. Yep. That's what we're doing. Just double checking the notes, make sure I ain't missing nothing. I don't know if I said this one yet. I'm going to re-say it. But have you seen Jamie Foxx's video from this weekend? 81% of you said yes. 18% of you said no. And the next one was, did you watch my breaking news video on Jamie Foxx speaking out about his recovery? 64% of you said yes. 35% of you said no. 35% of you have a job to do after this, or when you get time. I ain't going to boss y'all around, but in a way I am, because I'm saying, go watch that video. No, just play it. Hit a like on the video. It'd be greatly appreciated. Well, I'll wait for that. And then the other poll was, do you believe this is a clone of Jamie? 93% of you say no. I'm with y'all. And 6% of y'all say yes. Y'all are special cousins in the Veeple community. I understand. And we love y'all dearly.
Y'all are so weird. I hate
what does that mean?
I hate them. They're so weird. I hate them, bro. I swear to God, bro. I hate them, bro. Them is weird.
And that's with love. And did you see the Cloning Tyrone movie on Netflix? 78. Wow, shoot. I thought these numbers might be reversed. 78% of you said no. 21% of you said yes. For the 21% of you who actually did see it, give me a review on it. Oh, just, you know, on a scale of what is it, up to 4 stars, I think. On a scale of 1 to 4 stars, how many stars would you give it? Because I actually had planned on watching, like, ahead of time when I knew it was going to come out. I was like, oh, that weekend I'm gonna watch it, and then I end up. For those of y'all who know, my best friend passed away a couple weeks ago. His services was on Saturday, and then that just wiped me out. Went out. You do eating afterwards and all that. So by the time all that, I just wasn't in the mood to watch that. I think I feel like I did a little work too, honestly. And then on Sunday I was hanging out too, and then working on. I started doing some things for this. So anyway, I didn't get a chance to see it, but I still do plan on watching. But I am curious of what y'all feel about it. Had for those of you who did see it. And then I think that's the last one. The last one are: do you believe the sighting video we watched a couple weeks ago were recent / real? And 66% of you say no. 33% of y'all say yes. I'm confused with the 33% of y'all. That looks like this. Hold on, I meant to pause. I was trying to pause that. That looks like this, and that. And mind you, let me get rid of it. Mind you, because maybe y'all didn't see that piece of the clip. I know people be joining at different times. I'm sitting here harassing y'all with this content during the middle of the day. Some of y'all at work and all that. Some of y'all at home, working from home, and y'all should be in the meeting that y'all canceled because y'all being nosy. I understand all that. So some of y'all in and out of what's happening here, and I get it, and it's okay. I love y'all. Thank you for even giving me this much attention. But unless you missed it, unless that's your excuse. Oh, Vel, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying no attention when I hit no. I'm sorry. I was on the phone with a customer on my laptop. I get that. But if that wasn't your reasoning, what the hell are you looking at? What are you looking at? That man in the first one, the Jamie Foxx version in this first one, and mind you, this is from, and I'm sorry, I'm harassing y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all know how I get sometimes. I get a little testy. This is like I want to say this is a week ago. This was a week ago. This is a week ago. This man got a tan. He got a tan and he bald. This is from Saturday morning, early. I'm sorry, I feel like VellNito tried to take over my body. This is from Saturday morning. Move this out so y'all see my expressions. Saturday morning. Where his tan go? His hair grow that goddamn fast? And that ain't no piece. I know men wear units and stuff. That's a very low cut. That's not a man head wig unit thing, majig. I'm gonna need y'all to start using these critical thinking skills. This is a smart group around here. I'm gonna need y'all to do this for me. I almost want to redo this poll, and I am about to do it. I need to see these. But again, y'all was probably busy. I'm giving y'all benefit of the doubt. But I'm finna do the poll again because I'm feeling the ways. Because I need us. I don't need y'all out in these social media streets with the rest of these fools saying crazy stuff. But the poll again, and I want to see the difference in the results. Did I convince y'all? If I didn't, it is what it is. I love y'all. I am different than a Darius Crooks. We ain't no code over here. Y'all can disagree with me. Y'all can call me to the carpet. Just always do it with kindness and do it in love. Because if you disrespect me, guess what I do? I'm an Aries. I'm a ram. I will ram you. But you don't have to agree with me. It's totally okay. But I just want y'all to be aware. I love y'all so much, and I just don't want y'all out here bad. And that last poll had 30% of y'all out there bad. And I love y'all too much for that. Okay, it looks better. And I ain't never looking for 100%, although we had 100% on Friday for a couple polls that were about how much y'all love me, and I appreciate that. That made me feel good. Okay, so we're at wait, is this right? It's reversed. Do you believe the sightings we watched a couple weeks ago were recent? Oh no, that's right. I'm interpreting backwards. There we go. It looks better. 87%, 13%. I can deal with that. Again, y'all don't have to 100% agree with me. Y'all 13% for various reasons. Y'all probably still ain't listening. Probably missed the examples I just showed. Something is a little just a little skewed. And so it's okay. It's okay. I still love y'all.
Y'all are so weird. I hate
what does that mean?
I hate it. They're so weird. I hate them, bro. I swear to God, bro. I hate them, bro. Them is weird.
And that's in love. All right. Well, we have come to the point in the show where we are changing gears. We are, and I guess it's right in time because I feel like the shenanigans is just creeping on in here. I guess I'm also ready to get off of here because it's 2.5 hours, and I was really hoping to have this done by now. But let's see. Let me see. Because some of y'all might be tired now. I mean, I know what y'all told me in the beginning. I'll do all the topic, get through it. Let's get it over with, and then you can just have the rest of your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow evening, Vel. You got time to work on your stuff. But let's see if y'all want me to leave now. Y'all like, no, that was a lot, Vel. I'm tired. I'm ready to look at somebody else. You're throwing off my schedule because now you popping up every day, Monday through Friday in the middle of the day. I used to watch my soaps, but I can't miss this live because I've got my other VPL community people, and we be clowning in the chat. Let me see. Should I continue with, I'm just say D Crooks, because that's how I label him on my computer all the time. It's just easier to type. With D Crooks content. I'm gonna just say that. Should I continue with the D Crooks, Darius Crooks content, or should we just end this and we do that at another point? Tomorrow, we're not doing nothing tonight. I'm done. Like I told you, I got stuff to do tonight. But should we just come back at another point? Or should I just continue? Are y'all saying, you said you're trying to show up, and I get to clip this down to video clips and stuff. It's going to be on TikTok and everything when I get around to it. So it ain't like it's a waste of time or nothing. It's still like it gets separated into other stuff. It's fine. But it's on y'all. I don't want to hold y'all no longer than y'all want to be held. I want to respect your time. 86% of you say I am not wasting your time. 14% of y'all say you're wasting my time, go away. 13, it's moving a little bit. 15% of y'all, see you later. Catch it on the replay, or if you don't like, some of y'all might not like this. I know some of y'all don't like the Darius Chris content. The unfortunate part for you is you are in a great minority of this. Kind of like black people having power in Florida or rights. Y'all like that. This Darius Crooks thing. This is becoming the new Sweetie Pies content. Like Sweetie Pies, they won't let me leave it alone. Darius Crooks is the other content. Y'all won't let me leave it alone for the life of me. I could say I won't be able to breathe if I had to keep doing it. My breath would be shorter and shallow. Y'all be like, take your time and talk about it then. You talk too fast sometimes. If you slow down talking, you'll be able to breathe better. But we still want this content. Yes, Andrea's were hold on, let me go to the live chat. Yeah, thank you so much, whoever put that up. Andrew's World, yes. There is a lot of new information on Darius Crooks. And so I'm about to get into it. I am going to take a restroom break, though, and a little swig of water break, because I'm gonna need my voice for all this talking I got to do. Oso, thank you so much, Oso, for your super chat. Oh, I'm sorry, I was pulling something on my computer and hold on, give me a sec. Leave that comment up for me, my moderators. Where is this thing? Okay, hold on, because I was pulling something up and then this window came right in front of where I read. So I can pull y'all up a commercial real quick. I can spell stuff right. Don't take too long. Come on now. Give me some. Give me some. Do we want that one? No, we don't want that one. Do we want that? Did we play this stuff? Oh, that's too short though. Oh, hold on. You know, I gotta do I know what I gotta do. I have long ones. Maybe I can do something in this amount of time. Oh, here we go. Is this? Ooh, I don't know what that is though. I'm gonna put this one. I might replay this one on y'all. I'll be right back. Oh, never mind. Technical difficulties. I should have primed. I'm gonna prime these up. This is what I'm gonna do tonight for sure, because I've been saying I need to get these trailers organized. Hold on, because some of them are like messed up with no sound. Some of them just too short, where I need to combine them with something else. Okay, so that one for some reason didn't have no sound. Let me see. Okay, that one got sound. Hold on, I'm testing stuff out. Talk amongst yourself. I'm still here. No, that worked. Why is it not working in the? Okay, let me try it again. Oh, that's odd. It's only not working when I'm trying to play it for y'all. Okay, let me pull it out. So y'all see the stuff I'll be doing behind the scenes? Give me a second, though. This is why I need pre-production and my 5-minute countdown. Did I do that? I tried that one, didn't I? Let's see. Here we go. No, that's not the one I want. Nope. Forget it. I'm finna play VellNito. I give up. I'll be right back. And I know I get enough time with this one. I'll be right back, y'all.
Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. Ain't give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn they stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a Keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. And I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man.
All right, I'm back. I just saw someone's comment. What was that? What was somebody saying? Lost my Margin saying, did you, let me see if I can find it. Did you hear about Twitter being called X? It's funny you say that, or put that in the chat, because I was just on there earlier before I got on with y'all, and that was something I noticed, but it was, I was doing a bunch of stuff, so I was like, what is that X for? What is that? And I ain't had time to dig into it. So, yes, I saw that. Let me see. So we are moving into our Darius Crooks content. And give me a second to get my wits about myself and pull up, for our first poll question of this segment. We got quite a bit to cover. So I'm going to give y'all a quick little overview for those of you who because whoever just commented that I read, again, I'm bad with names and moving fast with all this stuff. But who just said, do we have any new content on Darius Crooks? Yes, we do. We are going to go over his court date today. I don't know what time. It must have been early. I'm thinking it was earlier. Oh, yeah, looking at the time. It was earlier today. He had court for defamation hearing. He weighed in on Jamie Foxx, and it's a very interesting and hypocritical sociopathic post, as usual, the way he does. And then what else we got? Appears that he was ghosted by another man. This is all since I think this is all since Friday. Like definitely within this past week, like from last week to here. That's the only thing I'm really covering. Sometimes when I'm telling y'all what's happening now, I give y'all reference points to what has happened in the past. But the info I got, all the topics rather, are current day. It's always something with him. Oh, and on Saturday, and it's like a soap opera. It truly is like a soap opera. It is crazy. His chef, one of his chefs, got arrested over the weekend. Hold on, I'm multitasking, so if I seem a little distracted, it's because I'm pulling in some. I realized I didn't pull in the images for him. Oh, come on, computer. Yes, so his chef was arrested. One of them was arrested over the weekend, and he did a post about it because he had no choice, because people were going to get the information and end up asking a bunch of questions. Hold on, I ended up clicking myself out of where I needed to be. Yeah, I got all these Darius Crooks. Let me see. I'm trying to just pull them as they come. Change it up a little bit. Okay, so we have that. Then we have his we talked about his influencer, him getting the boot from his men's health influencers list. So I had just a little bit, I think I had some other point that I didn't cover that last time. So we're just going to revisit. Plus, it's fun to talk about. It's fun to talk about. And then his adult toy line, I think I can say that on YouTube. Jesus, YouTube is so restrictive with the language. So his adult toy line grift that is coming our way. It's official. Well, it's been out, but then it left. But now it's back. It's coming back. So this is the new grift. And so I have some insight on it for things that you guys need to be on the lookout for. We'll be talking about it because it's going to, be an ish show like everything else, for sure. So we're going to talk about that. So those are the topics. Like that's a whole show by itself. That's why I said this is going to be, even when I was going to, didn't know about the press conference and all this, it's still going to be a long show. I knew that. I was okay with that. What I didn't know is I needed to add another hour in there because otherwise I would have left him off today or only talked about one of these things. But I told y'all now, and y'all ain't going to let me go unless I get through this stuff. So let's go. Hold on. I'm still pulling these pictures in. And my computer's being slow about it. Come on now. So we have the defamation. As I pull them in, the ones I can show without giving away too much of myself. Oh, no, I want this one. Hold on. Let me pull this one because this one goes with the story. That's why I had pulled it. I just don't have it in the chat yet. I mean, in StreamYard yet. Here we go. So, Darius Crooks, for those of you who don't know, the stunt queen, is being sued by Angela Davis, aka the Kitchenista. I didn't think to pull her picture because some of y'all might not know who she is. Hold on, give me a second. Bear with me. I'm producing and doing this at the same time. Kitchenista. Let me see. I'm gonna do a poll on that because I don't know how many of y'all know who she is. Post this one out. Do you know who the kid is? Do you know who the Kitchenista is? Y'all can answer that while I'm trying to find y'all a good image. So much. Ooh, that's too much. Here we go. Thank you, Jesus. It's almost been like, where are the photos? So this is the Kitchenista. She is a social media influencer, chef, self-taught, and she is the person who was really airing out Darius Crooks back in April. I'm sorry, I always want to say April. I think that's when I first started hearing little buzzings, I think. But back in I think it was like June or something, or no, I think they started in April of 2021. And long story short, he was, dragging her, and he had been harassing her. He had already harassed her once, like in early 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Then that kind of died out. He got the best hand because his following was much larger than hers, especially at that time. And basically things went on. And so then, and I ain't gonna get into the particulars because I'll do that like when I'll go in depth about this whole thing. I'm trying to give a quick overview because we got so much else to get to. Long story short, you fast forward from 2014 to 2021. He tries the same thing again. I can't remember off the top of my head what happened. He tries to drag her. She wasn't having it that time. She was over it. She had a larger following. She had well over 100,000 followers on Twitter alone, but also on Instagram and stuff. And so she, at that point, had learned about him being a scammer and all the other stuff. And so she commenced to putting out receipts, a lot like what I do, but she did it primarily through Twitter and laid out his whole history. I mean, everything from the food truck, stuff with me. She didn't even know me. Stuff with me, the Chicago stuff, all the stuff she could was aware of. And so, of course, he didn't like that. And so because he couldn't silence her like he had done the first time in 2014, because she was much stronger about all of it and some other stuff she had been through, he started to dox her. He created a discount code, the Kitchenista. Her name is trademarked, the Kitchenista. And so she's like, that's a trademark infringement. So basically the money you made off of that is my money. And then he, you know, just did disgusting, horrible things that he's always done with other people. We've seen him dox people and we've seen that behavior. So it was very textbook, very much so his pattern. He did it with her as well. It was escalated on some level because she was also a public figure and an influencer. But for the most part, that's the gist of it. So she ended up filing a lawsuit against him in March of this year. So remember, this stuff was happening started in 2014, went dark, nothing was happening. Then 2021, it picked back up. Then went dark. Then 2023, she's like, here you go. I know that it was in the plans, in the works since 2021. I do know that. There was conversation about it, et cetera, et cetera. So it finally happened. And so there are other people involved as well. Darius is, to me, should be the main and only person. But there was Natalie Lawyer Chick and the Hollins family that she also included in it. We'll get to that. I'm sticking with Crooks today. So Darius Crooks took to his social media. It's been over a month now, and he caught himself reading through the court documents of her filing against him. And, you know, he made it content and all of that. And I was going to do come to y'all and do it and tell the truth. And I never got around to it because I wasn't coming live like I'm doing now. So I'll still do that. I need to get my hands on it. Really, I wanted to get my hands on the official version, and I have not yet been able to do that. So that was part of my delay as well. So now today was the official court date. And so over the weekend, I think it was yesterday, he went live. He always goes live, period. But he ended up talking about it, but in a damage control way. So I'm going to play this for you. Hold on, because I got so much up here. Make sure, is that it? And now I'm a little out of order because I added some clips, but I think this is it. We'll see. I think this is it.
Tell you now, you're gonna hear it anyway. I got hit with a lawsuit from the Kitchenista for defamation of character. We're defending that lawsuit, obviously. And we submitted the motion to have the case dismissed because the lawsuit was filed in Macomb County in the state of Michigan. I have never lived in the state of Michigan. I have never owned property in the state of Michigan. I have only visited Michigan a handful of times. Therefore, Michigan, the state, by definition, has no jurisdiction over me personally. We've got some case law that's being presented against the code. You'll hear all this, and if you're following the case, no doubt, you will see all the court documents. It's Monday, and I do not have to be in attendance. All right. With that being said, I'm going to bed. I love y'all. I'll talk to you later.
So that was him doing the stunt drag queen right there, doing his version of damage control around the situation because he knew that the flying monkeys were gonna be like, oh my God, I just saw on Vel B and oh my God, what's her name? Pam Esquire, attorney. She's also been covering the case. She has as far as you know, the documents that have been out thus far, she has covered the case from, you know, the best that she could understand it. And so you know, people have been going over there and hold on, I'm multitasking, trying to pull up stuff, trying to do it like on the slide where y'all don't really know I'm multitasking. But I'm getting stuck on some things trying to find them. That's Scampa up there. So Scampa knows that no matter whether he talks about it or not, it's going to hit the internet streets, and he's right. And so the thing is, he's casually trying to play it off and like, yeah, you know, I'm being hit with you know, a defamation lawsuit, and of course we are fighting it, and there is case law, blah blah blah. Case law don't mean you about to win. And he is right that he is not in that jurisdiction, does not live in it, but there are some workarounds from what I was hearing. I think that was Pam, who I may have heard it, or it might have been even Natalie Lawyer Chick's channel, where there are ways for them to work around depending on the level of accusations and what was done where. So he doesn't necessarily have to live there. So hopefully that works out. If not, unless it's dismissed with prejudice, she would be able to refile. And now we know he lives in Houston. And the truth is, we know his exact address in Houston because he's had the house for so long. And the information, I have the picture of the house, the interior, the exterior, the address, all that good stuff. I don't dox people like he do. So I have never put that out. I have the old house too. And where the warehouse at and all that good stuff. All that good stuff. But I don't do those things unless I have to. So that's, you know, that's what he's been doing. He's put that out there, and we'll see what happens or what has happened. I'll wait to see. Somebody's following and gonna give an update, and I can only do so much. I'm only one man. So but when I get the information and can get time to figure it out and all that, then we'll come and talk about it. I did 2 polls. But ending this poll that's up there now. Do you know the other one was, do you know who the kitchenista is? 52% of you say no. I mean, yes, rather. 47% of you said no. So it's almost half and half. So that's good to know when I'm speaking of her, to know to explain sometimes. The other poll question I just closed out is, do you want me to cover this case / trial to give a deep dive on the background of this entire situation? 92% of you said yes. 7% of you are most likely.
Y'all are so weird. I hate
what does that mean?
They're so weird. I hate them, bro. I swear to God, bro. I hate them, bro. Them is weird.
And I would say with love, but I don't know who y'all are. Y'all might not be my people. But anyway, so just giving that's an overview. This is like a newscast. We're not going in depth with every single story. This ain't no documentary yet. We're gonna do it. So just so y'all know, that's what's out there. That's what's happening. And then we can circle back to it. Maybe even Friday or something. By Friday, I should probably be able to gather the details. I mean, I know the story. I know how we got here or how they got there. I know how all of that occurred, and I can give an easy rundown on that. But adding what's happening from a legal perspective, that's where my research and all of that has to come in. That's the fat boy stuck in a bariatric body picture right there for you. So then Darius Cooks weighs in on the whole Jamie Foxx situation that we were actually just talking about. And let me pull this up. Even my eyes struggling. Come on, here we go. I think that's it. Yep. So this is what I would like to call this one won't age well, or it will age like spoiled milk. And again, it aligns with our Jamie Foxx discussion. So Darius Crooks, aka Darius Cooks, aka Darius Travoy Williams, posted on his Facebook, or so I'll just say social media, because usually what he posts on Facebook, he usually posts on Instagram too. So he says, "Can I say something? You cannot have it both ways. You cannot ask us to consume your content, watch your movies, share your content, buy your products, come to your live stream, follow you, etc. in one breath. And then when ish goes on, you're screaming for us to mind our own business. Excuse me?" I was like, he is so self-unaware. He has a lack of self-awareness. He's literally describing his existence in the public and saying that he has the right to someone's information and for them to have no privacy, basically, if he's doing those things, if he's buying their products, if he's consuming their content, if he's supporting them in any way, and he's following them, that he doesn't have to mind his own business. Well, if you look at the many situations we talk about constantly over the years, one of the things that he has said, and again, I couldn't pull the clips quick. I will be able to soon, because I have a system. It's just, I gotta have time to get the stuff in the system to be able to pull stuff and be like, hypocrite. And then it'll just pull up all the videos where he's been a hypocrite. And I can just pop him in here real quick. But there are so many times where he's like saying he stay out of his business and even got the hags doing it. But anyway, so he then goes on to say, after all the time I've given you, this is my business, really. I can always chew my cabbage twice. Here's 2 examples I'm thinking of, but there are many. Jamie Foxx, number 1, Grandma Holler, number 2. He's still bringing up Grandma Holler. He cannot let it go. That's why, y'all, nothing is bad to him. I mean, people drug him for filth for messing with the family. I would say the majority of people. They didn't phase him. It was attention. He's a damaged child. He's a damaged little boy trying to get attention. Nobody paid attention when he drew his picture and said, "Look at what I drew." Nobody was looking. So he does that now with the chaos. He's like, "Look at the chaos I created." And everybody like, "What is he doing over there?" And he's like, "Oh, they looking at me." Damaged little boy. Or damaged man child, sorry. He says, "You literally ask us to be in your corner. Then when you can't pay for the funeral." So now he's talking about Grandma Holler and them again. Why you got to bring that up? "You literally ask us to be in your corner. Then when you can't pay for a funeral or you go missing, we have questions and people say, you should mind your business and just pray for them. Did you want me to mind my business when you wanted me in your live stream? What about when you launched your new product? How about when you wanted us, support that movie? I was supposed to mind my business when you wanted us to cash app and support? How about that skit you did that you wanted to go viral?" This sounds like him. This nigga is wow. My point is simple. You can't get upset with fans of your work. You can't get upset when fans of your work have questions, especially when we can visibly see your integrity does not match your character. What? Signed, a lowly social media influencer. P.S. If I support your work, you are my business. I got a question for y'all. Poll question coming right now. I need full participation for those of you who remain in here, because these are those of you who remain. This is y'all topic. This is what y'all want to talk about. So give me y'all vote. Do you think that you are my business post from Darius Crooks will age well? Do you think that the you are my business post from Darius Crooks will age well? Especially when his next group of controversy occurs. Well, right now, defamation lawsuit as of today. His employee being arrested. We're getting into that in a minute. As of Saturday. His adult toy line scam that is in the works, the Ponzi scheme, and the receipts of him previous behavior with that. He's gonna be like, get out of my business, get out of my business. I mean, he's such a gaslighting sociopathic fool, like literally talking about himself and repeating that people should, what's that saying he has? People should mind the business that pays them. He says that like, y'all need to mind the business that pays y'all. And then the other one, what's the other one? What's the other one? Let me tell my story. Let me tell my own story because y'all be telling it wrong. No, what he means is let him tell his own story because we tell it wrong in the sense of we don't have the narrative twisted in his favor. He needs to create the narrative. I need to find that clip. I got it. It's just so much stuff, y'all, because I'm going to have it as a soundbite. Oh, I need a soundboard. Cash apps, super chats. Y'all, come on now. I'm going to put it on I'm going to actually create one of the people. Did they email me or DM me? Or text me. It was somewhere. Thank you. But he sent me a message about if I had a Amazon wish list. I'm going to create one because I want that soundboard. This ain't all I got in me, y'all.
Y'all is so weird. I hate
what does that mean?
I hate them. They're so weird. I hate them, bro. I swear to God, bro. I hate them, bro. Them is weird.
There's so much more I want to do, but this limits me to 4 of them. Only 4? It's too hard to choose. That's why I only got the 2 right now, because I'm like, I wanted to have it got to be able to hit on most content. And right now, those are only 2 that can hit in most content. Anyway, back to business. But overall, he is such a clown. We do know that. Look at the clown face. And it's a lot, y'all. But I will say at this point, he makes the job of exposing him so easy. I mean, he does it himself. He really, literally, I just take what he puts out there and I just show it to y'all. That's it. And it's like, that's it. So let's see. I'm gonna skip this flying monkey stuff because I had some comments from his flying monkeys, but who cares? It was more flying monkey behavior. We've seen that many times. Let me pull in this. Is it my computer? Yeah, my computer's slow again. Anytime today. Let's see. This is what I need. Here we go. Let me pull in the other one so it's ready. This is frustrating. There we go. Talk amongst yourselves and put well, I hope I pull this in because I think I don't see this one. Oh, I don't think this one in here. Uh-oh. Okay, my bad. I didn't pull in what I needed. I only got part of it. So anyway, the other thing was that Darius Crooks looks like he may have gotten ghosted by yet another man who realized that he's a sociopathic scampa. And who wants that in their life? Again, he tells on himself. He exposes himself. It's just all over social media. What he thinks is cute, the drama queen action and all of that, the stunt queen stuff. What he forgets is that because the internet never forgets, this also represents the sole sum total of who he is to the world. Hence him getting rejected from Men's Health and many other brands. That's not the only one. That's not the only one. So anyway, he posted, "It's been a while. Treat me good now." And this was him landing in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Oh, I wish DeSantis had got him. I wouldn't be that upset. So it looked like it was another desperate post from Darius Crooks, besides the getting attention thing. There's not much happening with that particular post, but I think it was another sign of something brewing, because he flew to Miami over the weekend to meet with his future business partners, the Two Kings, for the Two Kings and a Queen tour, or as some of you have coined it, Two Kings and a Clown tour. And so Corey and Jeremy, I don't have any photos here, but Corey and Jeremy, the bartender guy, and what I'm assuming the other guy is a baker, the Cake King, I seen somebody say in the chat, in the last live. He went there to meet them. They did some, they hung out, went to some restaurant. He had put that on social media, whatever. We saw that. But also, per usual, when Darius Crooks is traveling, and if he's not traveling for the Dining with Diarrhea fan club parties, he spends his downtime trying to get his back blown out. Oops, that was the wrong picture. Back blown out. And so it looks like he was doing that yet again. And it looks like he may have also been ghosted yet again. And we've seen that. I'm going to keep more track of these things. Again, you know, I don't cover this stuff nearly as much. Literally, again, whoever asked, do you have new content on Crooks? When I told y'all that was going to be the second half of the show, I can do this every week easily, really every day, and it would be new content, new content. So anyway, so he posted, and this is what I didn't pull in. So just trust me, it's on his page if you want to see it. He put another post while he was in in Miami. He posted, "P.S. Ain't nobody that," and that was in all caps, "that busy. If they want you, they'll make time for you." And that was just that one sentence. To me, that was him emoting and venting from whoever ghosted him, who he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be in Miami this weekend. If you want to, you got time." And they were like, "Okay, well, we'll see when you get here," kind of thing. And then he got there, and then they weren't answering, or they like, "Oh man, I don't know. I have to see. Maybe I'll check back with you, or try back, blah, 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 this and that." And because he is a sociopathic narcissist with no shame, he felt that he doesn't realize, he's just very not self-aware, that makes him look desperate. I mean, he is desperate. We know this, but he shows us that he's desperate constantly. So that's why I put this poll. Do you think that Darius Crooks will never find love or a spouse? 64% of you say you do. I guess, let me see. Do you think, I'm like, how did I work this? Do you think Darius Crooks would never find love or a spouse? 41%. Oh, it's moving around. 41. The way I word is a little odd, but 39% of you are saying yes, he will never find love or a spouse. 60% of you think that he will. I'm here to tell you it will never happen. And there's a reason, not because I so much care about whether or not it does happen. I don't care at all. But what I can assure you is that personality will not allow him to ever be in what it takes to be in a relationship, like a long-term relationship. Those of us who have been or are in long-term relationships, we know what it takes, and you can't. It's give and take. Things ain't always good. It don't always even look good. Well, he is such a sociopathic narcissist that, for one, he needs the image on the outside to look a certain way. For two, he is not a giver. Like, he'll give some stuff, but he's not a giver of himself. He's always got to be the priority. So the only way that could possibly happen is if he finds someone who is okay with being ran over. The problem with that, it's a double-edged sword for it, he doesn't respect the person that he can fully run over. So he won't like him. That's the crazy part. If he would like the person, he would have been in a relationship, because he's had people who will allow him to run over them, but he don't like them. So there's that. So I'm here to tell you that I surmise that he will always be, and not saying he won't get into little short term, something here, a few months there, a few months there. That's his pattern. Eventually, people, when you get to know people over time, people like, I can't deal with this sociopathic behavior. And something that hit me over the weekend was the whole thing with Jerome, and we're gonna do a deep dive on that one day, because he had Jerome all set up to hate on me just out of GP, just GP. I hadn't said nothing about Jerome. I hadn't done anything. And then all of a sudden, Jerome was hating on me. And then I was like, okay, well, all bets are off. All bets are off. I'm going to drag you. And I did. Very well, I might add. But anyway, Jerome, the thought I had over the weekend was, did Darius actually break up with Jerome, or did Jerome break up with Darius? Because Darius has a habit of twisting the truth to create a narrative that always puts him in the best light, as the winner, as the victor. And so if he were to come out and say, well, Jerome didn't want to do it anymore, it makes him look like, well, what's wrong with you? Because you're supposed to be a millionaire. You got this, y'all just got a house together. Y'all renting a house together, this and that. What's wrong with you that a man who worked at Walmart would dump you? So then it would make more sense to be like, well, I'm not going to come out and say that he dumped me. I'm going to create this narrative that I just got tired, or I just wasn't feeling it no more. And I FaceTime him while on a Dining with Darius event to tell the man that via FaceTime that I couldn't do it no more, even though I live with him and I was going to be home in a couple days, a day or two. But I FaceTime him instead to say this ain't working. But that's a very sociopathic and narcissistic behavior. So it's clear that he's obviously, oblivious to the fact that he has issues, and unfortunately, that damaged poor little child within that man child will never get it. I'm confident at this point. I've known him too long. I've known the dude since he was 19 years old. He is 41. He has not changed. Not only has he not changed mentally, but he's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. It's like a cancer. It's gotten worse. It had no treatment. It spread. The satanic behavior that was maybe a mustard seed when I knew him is now a whole being, a roach body being with, hold on, I got all these other pictures. I hadn't wasted my, I ain't gonna say waste my time, but spent that time turning into overlays so they can fit in this live stream and not cover my face. Y'all gonna see these pictures today. Got one. I got a bunch of them. While y'all look at that, I'm gonna get the zoom in. If I gotta be tortured by pulling all this stuff together and looking at this horrendous roach body, yeast thigh, grimace, y'all gonna have to deal with it too. So then we move to the next post. I guess I should pull this in now. Let's see. Where do we go from here? Is that it? Nope, that ain't it. Where is it? Where is it? I better have this in here. Hold on. Give me a minute. Ooh, is this one in here? You gotta be kidding me. Hold on, y'all. I may just read this one. I'll give y'all another photo and I'll read. Y'all know I ain't making this up in my head. Y'all a photo. Y'all look at these while I read what this post was. Oh, well, I accidentally clicked to go back in there to pull more. So I'll pull this one then. And then I'm gonna put this on the screen and y'all can take a gander while I read. Okay, so this here that I'm reading, not on screen, but it's here, trust. And you can go to this page, you'll see it. This is a post that Darius Crooks, put out over the weekend. I think it was Saturday, I don't know, Saturday, Sunday. And he goes on to say, and this is about his chef being arrested. And so he goes on, his post says, in full transparency, I wanted to let you guys know that my chef, Darren, has been arrested. Goes on to say, here's what I know. Number one, this is him. He bulleted it. Offer engagement. Because he ain't got to put this man's stuff out there like that. Did you see Carlee's boss, who hates her, I'm sure at this point, from what she's put him through, or the entire staff, the business through. He ain't bullet out everything she did and what happened and when and where. He gave a general statement because professional people of reason who aren't sociopaths, that's what they do. But sociopaths who happen to have a platform and happen to be your boss, this is how they approach it because it's for engagement. They treat your life like a soap opera for monetization. He goes on to say, here's what I know. Number one, he was driving home to St. Louis. Number two, he was in Coffee County, Tennessee, and fell asleep at the wheel. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, I hope he wasn't driving. I mean, I hope the car was stopped. Number three, he ended up, car wasn't stopped. Number three, he ended up in a ditch and was able to crawl out. Thank God he okay. Mostly, kind of. Oh, that's bad. Thank God he ain't hurt nobody. These kind of people he hired, though. We get into that, too. I got a lot on that, too. Jesus, so much, y'all. I literally could turn this into a Darius Crooks channel. I would never do that. But I'm just telling y'all, it's that much stuff. Number four, by the time the authorities arrived, they assessed the situation and realized that Darren was driving under the influence. This is so not necessary to tell. On paper, he got 1 million subscribers, 1 point whatever million on Facebook. And, on Instagram is 600 something thousand. This is not necessary. Why are you putting this man's business out there? As an employer, isn't this a violation on some sort of any of y'all in HR? Let me know in the chat. Would this be okay for an employer to do? Because it's not his friend. I mean, they... Yeah, he's just Val, God's fave. Yes, he's just Val. I think my moderators are busy. Let me see. I don't know. If y'all not busy, if you can put comments on the screen, that'd be great. If you're busy, I get it. I've been on here 18 hours. I get it. And y'all volunteering, so I get it. Whatever you can do is fine. Or can't. Okay, so the authorities arrived. He was drunk, under the influence. Number 5. It's 8 bullets, so y'all know, y'all. And then 3 paragraphs. So y'all know where we're going. Like, he gave way more than the public ever needed. But he don't care. Because I guarantee you, he didn't ask Darren, what, are you okay with them knowing? How much? Should I say anything? Because he could just say he had an accident. Just like Carlee. Carlee Russell was missing. In the beginning, all we knew is she was abducted, supposedly. But when she returned home, it was like, oh, she made it home. We'll tell y'all later. We knew it was way more to it. Like this, we would know it was way more to it. Well, kind of. Maybe, maybe not. I'm like, who would really know? Now that I think about it, Darren ain't famous. I would never do this to any of my employees. I would never do this. If it was a reality show type situation, kind of like what they're trying to create, I would give the bare minimum, like he was unfortunately in an accident, but he's okay. He was headed home, but he's totally okay. He may be out for a little while. There you go. We'll send thoughts and prayers and wishes for him. We'll answer questions when and if he ever wants to. This man's life is not content. And I ain't even done. Oh, Jesus. Right, RJ. Put RJ. Oh, you got it up there already. Thank you. Whoever put that up there. Let me read it. Wasn't Crooks an HR director, supposedly, LOL? Let him tell y'all, yeah. From my experience, hell no. He worked in payroll as like payroll processing. He did have a history of payroll processing because when I met him, he was working at ADP before he got fired and ended up at Sure Payroll. Before he got fired and then ended up eventually at Chicago Public Schools in the payroll department. Before he got fired and then ended up on unemployment and then eventually started the cupcake gallery. He was baking cupcakes in his house while he was unemployed. And then that started to take off. And he ended up, because he was on social media and stuff, and people saw his cupcakes and people wanted to buy them. And then he started he did the investment scam. I'm going down a whole road. Y'all see how every time I get started, y'all always do this to me. Y'all always do. How the hell I go from HR director to the cupcake gallery scam investors? And when he lived on Kingston and was unemployed for a year, living off unemployment and trying to find his way. That was the Cupcake Gallery was his first venture into no, it wasn't. I'm sorry. His first venture into entrepreneurship was his fraudulent deluxe payroll company, which is what got him fired from Sure Payroll because he was trying to steal their clients with his fraudulent business. So I can tell it all. And this stuff, for those of you who may be a little newer, playlist all about this. And I'm going to revisit all this because I understand how social media works. People ain't going way back there. And it's old and the way I present is totally different. I was, new and all of that. It's a little, sometimes get a little dry, just a little bit. Now I just give it. I just like, this is the Aries veil. I was giving y'all corporate veil back then. But anyway, so yeah, y'all can watch the playlist, the Surviving Darius Crooks. Yeah, it would be the Surviving Darius Crooks series takes us to the beginning. But I am literally going to revisit us live in real time. It's going to be in the future, maybe a month or two. I'm going to literally relay out the entire story from how we met, all of that, and leading on up to how we got here. So stay tuned. Subscribe if you haven't. Like this video. Show your appreciation. Speaking of likes, what are these likes looking like? Oh, the likes are good. Okay, we good. Y'all got more likes than people currently watching, so we good. Okay, so where did I leave off? What was that number? It was number 4. Okay. Okay, number 4. So I'm gonna reread it just because some of y'all might have forgot, because I almost forgot where I left off. Number 4 says, by the time the authorities arrived, they assessed the situation and realized Darren was driving under the influence. So not that. You just literally are incriminating. It's horrible. Horrible. I feel sad. I don't even like his flying monkeys like that, but I don't like to see people treated poorly like this. I hate this and taken advantage of. But I warn them all constantly, and they still walk into the lion's den. And not until the tables turn do they see, oh, he wasn't making this ish up. This is real. And he is no respecter of persons. He don't even talk to his own mama, brother, sister, niece, nephew. What make you think you special? Crystal, your turn coming too when you get arrested. Anyway, number 5. After searching him and the vehicle, they found more drugs. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled that on YouTube. Oops. Oh, damn it, YouTube heard that. It's probably gonna mess up this video. Enough to charge him with intent to distribute. Why? I'm sorry, I'm banging on my damn keyboard. Why do we know that? Why do we know that? Why do we know that? Oh, I'm getting pissed. And I don't even like the dude. I don't like the people who support his BS. But this pisses me off. I'm doing Darius content tomorrow because this pisses me off. I'm going to drag his ass all week because this pisses me off. And this ain't got nothing to do with me. But it pisses me off to see him doing this to every time there's a new victim. Anyway, number 6. I've spoken with his mother, and there's not much anyone can do. Number 7. I told you, there's 8 bullet points on this other man's life. Number 7, his bond requires $14,000 cash or a bondsman, but that would require a property bond in Coffee County. No one knows anyone that lives there. I mean, you multimillionaire, 14,000 cash ain't much for you. So you say. Number 8, the jail is going to allow him to call me at 6 p.m. You the last person he need to be calling, if he only knew. Now to the paragraphs. This is all the information I have. And you didn't gave it all. Yes, I'm upset. More disappointed in him, which is why he's blasting the dude here. Darren just turned 26 and he's already done a 4-year sentence. Why do we know this? He was rough around the edges, but I exposed him to a life many dream about. He reached out to me about working for me when I was looking for a chef. He didn't know I would hire ex-cons. He didn't have any food photos on his IG. When I asked him, he said, give him a day. The next day, his work was on display. I know his heart. He's a good kid. He never gave me any issues and accepted my correction like the student he was. He was able to boss him, run him, and he looked up to Darius because Darius was, well, on paper wealthy. And so this is why that relationship works. Remember, I told you, when Darius can be in control, it can work. If you become his equal, there's going to be a problem. Darren wasn't his equal. And he never saw Darren ever being able to be his equal. And I'm sure Darren gave him that, looking up to you kind of vibes. So that's why that relationship worked. Obviously, this is hard for all of us. Obviously not too hard for you because you just, usually when something hard for people, they don't just go blasting it to the public. I'm not sure what the future holds, but I've built this brand on transparency. Lies you tell. Lies from the pit of hell. And he built it on the illusion of transparency. You're missing a word. The illusion of transparency. Not the actual transparency, but the illusion of seeming transparent. I'm talking about that in a minute too, because he got a lie up in here. And when you don't see him around, questions will flow. And I get that. Again, you can give a quick overview, a statement of he was unfortunately, I would even say, up to he was in an unfortunate car accident, but he's okay. He may be out for a while. Y'all pray for him, and if he's able to return, we'll talk about it if he wants to talk about it. Keep it moving. So then he says, please keep him in prayer. The charges, all 5 of them, and his previous legal battles may not bode well for him. And as a boss, my heart now turns to the other 4 members of the traveling team to ensure their morale stays lifted. Girl, please. This girl. Oh my God. So the other lie up in here, the one that's just standing out clearly to me, and I got a receipt on it. I just, again, didn't pull it right away. Everything is buried because there's so much of this. And when people be like, well, I've seen the detractors, not y'all, but the detractors be like, and he always claim he got receipts and he always, but he don't know be pulling up. Well, the truth is I pull a lot of ish, but it's so much that I can't pull it all. I have immediate access to pull it all yet. I swear I'm probably going to end up with an intern, a college intern to just go on get this stuff archived and organized for me because it's a lot to try to keep coming to y'all in doing this work. It's a lot. But anyway, the other line here, when he says, he reached out to me about working for me when I was looking for a chef. He didn't know I would hire ex-cons. Lies, 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 lies. Why? Because he literally, and I have it, I swear y'all I got it. He literally has the job posting from a few months ago. When he posted it, literally says at the bottom of it, people with criminal, I forgot the wording, like my brain is fried. I'm ready to get off it. But literally, people with criminal background, y'all give me the word. What's the word when people they're out of jail and they're not prisoners and they're not convicts? What are they? Give me the words quickly. I know y'all delayed though. Anyway, that word he put in there to say that he hired felon. Thank you so much, Pressure. And Key. Yeah, so he says like ex-felons welcome to apply. That's why he applied. And this is and formerly incarcerated. He didn't properly, again, supposedly RJ, he got this old HR background, but he didn't use that word. He didn't use that word. That would be more, proper wording for a professional environment to use. Anyway, so that's a lie from the pit of hell. He literally was seeking out people with criminal records because, and here's it. This is it. This is the issue that people don't see about him. Some people look at it like, oh, he's willing to give second chances to people. That's so kind of him. Like the bull S that was going on underneath this comment, underneath this post, where people wasn't realizing why you airing this man's whole criminal history out on bulleted for total strangers. So disrespectful. So disrespectful. But when we air yours out, when I bullet your ish out, all of a sudden there's a problem. And your ish affects other people. Him being arrested, his other stuff don't affect your followers, your hags, your flying monkeys. It ain't got ish to do with them. It's just them floundering hags being nosy. Getting angry. Flapping their meaty wings around. It's horrible. So the reason he hires people like that is because I think I mentioned, and I feel like I mentioned that in the other video, the moral compass may be able to be skewed more. So when they see the real more, not all of it, but some of it is undeniable when you behind that veil with him. You outside of what he got on, behind this camera, that's where the real dirt at. So if you hire people with morals and standards, for one, they ain't gonna really be a deal with it. We got the video of Spunky Brewster from TikTok, who was the former follower who became his admin, who said she quit because of how immoral he was, and she said that he was a hustler. She implied that there was some very shady stuff going on, including IRS fraud. And she said that's why she left. So he realized at a point, I know she ain't the only one. Like, I know people who worked for him back in the Chicago days, and none of it lasted because of him being so immoral, even back then. Again, it was rumors brewing back then. So I didn't know firsthand. I just would know sometimes he fell out with somebody or something like that, but I just didn't really know. I wasn't in his business like that. And he just started to get worse and worse over time. So, but anyway, so he hires them because of that. Also, I feel just like now, just like what I just read to you. And I said this ish in a video months ago. That's why I love the fact that this stuff be recorded. It's historic. I literally said that he also hires them because he can hold stuff over their head, like what I just read. So that then when something happens, or if they ever try to out him, He don't need no DNA. That's not DNA. Jesus, y'all, my brain it's going, y'all. Non-disclosure. He don't need that. I'm gonna hire somebody who's got a history that I can use over their head. So when they try to air me out as the scammer that I am, the predator and the sociopath that I am, I then get to air out how they aren't picture perfect either. DNA and NDA rather. Thank you, my brain, y'all. Thank y'all. I love y'all. NDA. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't. My brain wasn't able to put the letters right. How much more? I am gonna get out of it. We're not doing. I'm about 4 hours. I'm gone, y'all. I'm not doing over 4 hours. I ain't even supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be gone. Y'all gonna make me be hard to get back tomorrow. But anyway, so then there was flying monkey behavior under there. Again, I didn't pull it in, so I'm gonna read it here. One of them said, "Wow, let his parents handle their child." Wasn't ready for that reply. This same person wasn't ready for that reply. But you being his boss, Darius Crooks, your influence and a letter could really help this young man when it's needed. But I guess it shows in these difficult times how important he was or is to you and your business as a chef, as you call him. Time will tell. Prayers for him. They see this as oh, you so great and loving and endearing. Look at you being more than a boss to him. You almost like a parent. You doing too much. You ain't got you care so much. You getting so involved. No, this ninja care about whether or not he gonna be able to escape the charges and get back on his dining with Darius, diarrhea fan parties. That's what he care about. You don't care about that man like that. He trying to figure out, do I need to go and put out another job posting for another formerly incarcerated person? Because I need to continue my grift because I've enjoyed not having to make my diabetic inducing slop. He ain't had to do that in close to a year. Because he had Ramon and Quentin, Q gone now. And then he got these other people, the young ones. I think that was the other piece. So he got rid of Q. Q was grown. Q was older. So Q would give him a run for his money. He wouldn't just let Darius treat him any kind of way. And that's what made him not last. So then Darius hired younger guys the next time around. Yeah, Black Girl Meets World. I tell y'all, I know this Negro like the back of my hand. I understand the psychology of him. I've known him since he was 19 years old, or known of him. I've known him since he was 19. And then, you know, we had the 10-year break. But all his patterns are so effing predictable. Because he doesn't change. It's just, it's hard for people. You know, y'all don't know. And that's the difference between me and some of the other people that cover him. I knew him. I literally have spent days and hours with him alone. Just he and I. We had a friendship. We had a relationship. I know him. As horrible as that is today to know. But it is what it is. So I can do this rundown. This and everything else. Yep. Never thought that as why he hires felons. That's deep. Right. Because from appearances, when you hear a person opening themselves up, especially small businesses, to hire I like the more formerly incarcerated. I like that better. Sound better. Usually when you hear that, you're like, oh, they're kind, they're giving people second chance, people make mistakes, blah, blah, blah. It tugs on the heartstrings and gives you the appearance of that person being potentially a good person. Those are the things he's looking for. He gives you bits and pieces. Again, the illusion of being a good person, the illusion of, being a good person, the illusion of being transparent, the illusion of being a real cook when he's really just a Sunday dinner cook. Again, I ain't gonna hate. I used to eat his food. It was Sunday dinner good. It was my auntie Thelma make good mac and cheese good. Now that I know better, I've tweaked my own mac and cheese recipe and stuff, the one he taught me. I know that there's better. But that's why they go there, because they, you know, average old people. You know, some of them got careers. He got some doctors and attorneys and other, you know, professionals, accomplished, etc. But those people from the hood, most of them, they don't know no better. They think that's good. They don't understand that it's just like Sunday dinner. All of us have had good Sunday dinners, and we sometimes request them. And sometimes we're like, that was so good. But then as you grow and you go to fine dining, etc., you're like, that's good food. I do like it. I have a taste for it here and there, blah, blah, blah. But it ain't the most amazing food in the world. That's his food. So when you hear them say, oh, it's good. Yes, it is. Just like my grandma's cornbread was uniquely good. Could she open up a cornbread store? Hell no. Wasn't that good. That's Darius Cooks. Darius Crooks. That's all I'm saying. So it be people be like, he can't cook, he can't cook. He can cook Sunday dinner. Good. And then he hodgepodges this stuff together and copies here and pastes there from other influencers and smaller influencers who have great ideas and they got great talent. He steal from them. Steal their unique ideas and make them like they're his. And because he has a larger following, people see it on his stuff first, and they assume that the smaller person stole it from him, when in fact he stole it from the smaller person. It's all a part of the grift. The illusion of him being the first to do it. Not that he actually was the first to do it. It's the illusion of. It was the illusion of him trying to act like he's the first influencer to start doing dinner parties. No, you stole it from two girls and a lamb, two girls and a goat in Chicago. They was doing them first. That's where you heard about it, because Zeta Cooks told you about it on the podcast, and you said it was a stupid idea because they were hosting dinner parties in homes back in the early 2000s. You told Zeta Cooks when she brought it up to you, have you heard on their podcast, recorded, the internet never forgets, told you that, have you heard? And Zeta's beautiful, amazing, all that. I'm still in touch with her. She does meal prep in Chicago. If y'all, any of y'all in Chicago need some meal prep, I'll hook you up, inbox me, give you her information. But anyway, they had a podcast together. That's a whole story too. I'm gonna tell that story one day. I know I'm only gonna tell some teas. I don't want to put her out there like that, but just gotta show who he is, his core. But she tells him about it. He says it's a stupid idea. Fast forward, after a scam in Chicago and running to New Jersey, etc. All of a sudden, this Negro doing dinner parties. I'm sorry, fan club parties, and it happened to take off for him. Now let him tell it. He invented. Now he'll fix it now because we've been calling him out about it and pointing out who else, all these other people who did it even before him. Now he'll say, well, I'm not the first to do it, but I'm the best to do it. No experience is unique like ours. Ninja, you play R&B music from a Bluetooth speaker. Music we all got on our playlist. Anita Baker, Fantasia, Whitney Houston, the Earth, Wind, and Fire, Brandy. You ain't doing nothing I can't do at home. And they screaming and hollering and flapping around and making clowns and mockeries of themselves while you scam them for $300 a slot plate, putting them in. Oh, damn, I forgot to pull that. I'm going to pull it tomorrow. I'm pulling it tomorrow. The picture of the garage, them eating in a garage with the Christmas lights on the door. I meant to pull that over the weekend. I forgot. How did I forget that? I said, I got to give my people that $300. Get out of here. I'm spending too much time on this. Time to move on. How much more we got? I'm over this. Okay, this is the last one. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Oh, shoot. I'm skipping this one story because it's about the men's health thing. We talked about that already anyway. Hold on. Can I have a poll up there? Put this poll in here. Uh-oh. We're not gonna be spending a whole. This ain't no work day. I ain't gonna get y'all through y'all whole 8-hour work day. That ain't happening. Or 7.5. That ain't happening. Y'all doing too much. Okay, so we're skipping the men's health thing. I might add that in tomorrow. Maybe I'll just push it to tomorrow. That's what I'll do. So I'm gonna just do this last story so I can get out of here because I don't want to be tired. And I still got to prepare for tomorrow, y'all. And I still got things I got to do after this. Damn, it's time for me to. Oh yeah, I gotta go, y'all. Ouch. Y'all know I can just get to going. So I'm gonna just play this clip and I'm gonna finish this story tomorrow, but I'm gonna give y'all a teaser because I need to be gone. Didn't realize I get to be 7 p.m. Central already. How did I go from an afternoon show to the evening show? Oh my God. I got to do better. I blame y'all. Oh, I blame y'all. Y'all should have let me go before I got on this. It's y'all fault. Okay, so I can't believe y'all. I can't believe I just went from there. We started the afternoon show, and now literally, if I talk another, y'all know I'll do a 7 p.m. show. Like 7 or 8 is the start of the evening show. My God. I didn't realize. This is crazy. And I got more. I literally could keep going, but I literally have to go take care of business. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm going to play this clip. So I'm giving y'all a teaser into tomorrow. Well, I push this part and the other stories that I skipped over into tomorrow with the Darius Crook stuff and some other stuff. You said talk slower, Vel. Thank you, Nicole Driver. And the 200, the numbers dropped like in half, but hell, who got 4 hours to spend on a live with me? So I get it, but it's still at half. Okay, so this is Darius Crooks priming us for his next grift. And what I'm telling y'all about it is that he's talking about an affiliate program that he's thinking about attaching to his adult toy line. Well, his other businesses have had affiliate programs as well. And we got people who've been scammed, and I got those receipts. So maybe I'll be able to pull a few tonight, hopefully, depending on when I get back and all that. And there was one, I don't know who was, I think that was Friday they were in there. And I think her name was Chanel. Like, I think her username is Chanel. I think. She commented that he got her in the, scammed her in the affiliate program for maybe Carolina Pound Cake. I don't make this ish up. I don't make it up. So she's supposed to be sending me some level of receipts. Anyway, so I'm playing this and then we're closing out for real, y'all. I got to. And I ain't gonna feel bad about it because I haven't been on here 4 effing hours. Okay, wait, where is it? Which one is it? It's this one. It's like 2, I don't even think, like a minute and a half clip or something, 1 minute. Why I'm doing it wrong. I'm so tired. I'm hitting the wrong button, like frustrated, like, oh, what's wrong? It's buffering. Do that. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like I'm too popular to be trying to host toy parties. I'm sure I'm gonna figure something out. I will figure something out. I even see an affiliate program working out through this as well. So just give me a second. Let me get to this first million real quick. Let me work some stuff out and then we can talk. You've been ordering from me for years. You already trust me. I have all your information and I ain't scammed you yet.
Oh, I forgot this part. It's been such a long live stream that I forgot that part of the reason I put this in here. This was created by somebody on Twitter. They put in one of the people and not even talking. I see. Is it Chanel? Am I pronouncing that wrong? Shana. I'm probably butchering your name, but she's in the chat. She's again not even the person in this example, and I have other people too. But this is Jason Bryant. He's a person who came out in 2021 like, hey, he got me, and then he put his receipts out. that he got scammed in the affiliate program. And again, these aren't isolated situations. I'm gonna break them down tomorrow more. But just wanted y'all to see this. I'm gonna finish playing this video. I was gonna say, I think music played next. So then they had the rest of it in his receipts, the messages that he sent to Darius and all of that stuff. I'm telling y'all, we do not make this stuff up. And I don't know these people. They don't know. I don't know who Jason is. Never seen him, never met him. I don't think I ever communicated with him. We're just all people who have something in common, and that is oops, wrong picture. Oh, nope. 3 inches of sadness. We have the 3 inches of sadness in common. That's all that brought us together. There's no conspiracy. We're not all just miserable, hating kind of people who just hate on random people across the world. And so we band together because we get our ish and giggles out of just hating on people. No, we were brought together by a common 3 inches of sadness. So with that, I will bring this live stream to a close, and I'm gonna send y'all out with Scampa, fat boy stuck in a bariatric body. Never forget who he really is. That's who he really is, right there. It's still there. That pain is still there from being like that. The outside has changed, but the inside is the same. So with that, I'm going to let y'all go because I ain't got no choice. I think I accidentally. Oh, no, here it is. All right, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. I will put out the notification. It's probably going to be a 2 p.m. or 1 or 2 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow for us to meet again. All right, y'all. Peace.
With my eyes closed, it's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still trying to fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Make me put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. And give an F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Trying to earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a Akita. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. And I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man.
I actually interviewed Darius Cooks on my radio show. I've been 5 or 6 years ago before he blew up on social media. And just as was just articulated, he actually went on Periscope Live during the radio show. It is his own show in the studio during the show that he was supposed to be on. But he's a narcissistic individual. And because of that, he's had many of these run-ins. I think there was a scandal a few years ago where he was doing fake credit repair for people and got sued. His restaurant got closed down, those sorts of things. So he maintains these online scams, preying on the hearts and minds of his followers. And even just as was just articulated after our show, because we tend to ridicule people when they act up on our show, he actually went on Periscope Live to talk about me and our producer and some of the other guests after the show. So this has been going on for a long period of time. Now, legally, when somebody talks about you online, that's just talk. But once they get into this place of making threats, either violence, threatening to release personal information, well, that's where you can actually file a criminal report against this individual. And if they do release improper or censored information, personal information that is privileged, that absolutely, you can report that to the Georgia Bureau of Investigations or to the Federal Bureau of Investigations for them to look into it, particularly if you have multiple individuals who are involved in this.